Come on. I need a better microphone stand. Microphone boom arm with thingy bobs. Doesn't really. Sorry for all this excess noise. What happened? I moved my camera. I must have bumped that. Alright, so what's up, people? What is happening? Yeah, I must have bumped it. My mic is all out of sorts. Not my mic, my camera. I'm all out of sorts. I need to go back. That seems like that's turned way too far. I don't know. We'll play with it. We'll see what happens. I am eating dinner and also getting my clip ready. And I still have to run some rounds in the firing range. So I'm going to try to do all that simultaneously. But what's up, people? What's going on? How's your Wednesday going? How's your week going? How's your life? How's quarantine life? I haven't seen anybody in weeks. In fact, it's probably been months. I was kind of busy before quarantine also. I'll hit these people even though they don't really care about it, but could use the likes. Let's see. Now. Run rank ladders. Stop by and say hi. Clipboard, post my things. Add this or click the link in my bio. Good enough. Alright. And we're live now, so I'm not lying to folks. Let me tell the team that I'm on. New hunt is available. Oh, I could do that. Actually, let's try that. Let's give you pick the character I want to play it as? That's the case. Let's be him. Alright. Y'all ready for this? So I'm eating some Chipotle. There's going to be some chips involved. So I apologize in advance. We ordered this at like 5. Kim wasn't done working, so I was waiting for her to eat. I wound up falling asleep, taking a nap in this computer chair of mine. Apparently she ate during that nap, so. No, man. I just wanted to see if the loadouts changed for the person. So, oh well. I guess I'm running his lifeline, which I'm okay with. I like lifeline. I got enough time in as a lifeline. Can I swap this out? Swap out a gun, or at least get a hammer point on one of these guns. So it looks like loot is just in these bins. Take that in case I find a shotgun later. Like a Mastiff or something. I don't know what this is about. I've heard... Oh, it's locked. Okay, so I have to go this way. I've read some posts online on the Facebook group I'm belong to. People talked about they did it as certain characters, they soloed it, but it was scary and the palms are sweaty and yada yada yada. I heard somebody bragging about they did it with the like, oh, I did it with the P2020 in Mozambique. I thought like they were the only guns they could find. Turns out you're given those guns. Oh. Proceed cautiously, we're not alone. Looks like one of the things from the Titanfall 2, which I guess this is in the same universe, or probably is a thing from Titanfall 2. Oh, 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 oh. Oh yeah. Yep, I believe they were called Prowlers in that. Yeah, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Oh, purple clip and hammer point. Let's go. So actually, since these things don't have shields, hammer point's probably vicious. Oh, I can hear it. What are you gonna do? Damn, 35 damage. Bam, bam. Sorry, bud. Oh, purple shotgun bolt. So if I would have kept the Mosin, it would have been super deadly. So I guess so you can run it on both. Maybe I should have done that. What's up, bud? What's up? What's up? what? Die.
Just getting my fuse recharged.
Okay. In Titanfall 2, there's like smaller rooms where you gotta face off a bunch of these. Now that's some scary stuff. But there's also... Oh shit, I'm being timed. Grab this shield. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking... I think this will be more... Oh, sorry, bud. But in Titanfall 2, there was actually a thing where you could like go through, it seemed like dimensions, but there's more like time periods. And like you could hear about like somebody running through the base and killing all these guards. Hey, you are big boy. And it turns out that you find out that it's actually you because you're actually like, jumping between the things. Probably don't need all of these. Probably don't have time to do that. Oh. Yeah, less than 2 minutes. I gotta stop. Gotta stop messing around and looting like this is a real game. So I'm getting like an artifact. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, deployment. So this is probably gonna take a while. Whoops. Looks like a drill. Somebody tried to drill before. Oh, is there a shadow one? Let me get up here.
Recharging my fuse.
I am historically terrible with the P2020. Oh. Oh. Looks like this thing is done.
And the piece goes to lifeline.
Gotta get on board. Oh man, I got like a minute left. Okay, it's right here. Alright, cool. Oh, no good. No. NFG. NFG. I spend too much time messing around. I'm stuck. Ah. I'm coming. No, don't leave me behind. No. I wouldn't leave you behind, bro. Ho ho ho. Shit, that was close. That was Shit. Whoa. Yo, what's up, buddy?
That's how you doing.
Doing all right.
What you doing to a mirror? What you doing to a mirror? That you're what kind of like you fixing like an artistic?
No, I was gonna
for somebody.
like paint a mirror. I had this idea a while ago. I found cheap mirrors like $1 at Dollar General or something, and they're like maybe even dollars. I forget what I found, but they're like 4 by 4 inches, and they were $1. So I bought like 5 of them.
Okay.
I thought it'd be something interesting to like either attach them together to be kind of like a mosaic, maybe paint them and attach them together, or do something with them. And then in my thrifting, before all this happened, in my thrifting, looking for projects at thrift stores, I found like a big mirror. It's probably like, I don't know, 2.5 or 3 feet by 1 foot, and it's got like points at the top and bottom. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like a diamond or a crystal shaped. And I picked that up for like, I don't know, a couple dollars. And I decided that I was gonna do something with them. I have all these projects. I also have like a painting that I wanna that I bought for pretty cheap that I wanna take out of the frame, repaint, add stuff to it. This is not just like a new painting, it's adding stuff to this painting and then put it back in the frame. See if I can possibly sell it.
That's an interesting
so I
idea.
have all these ideas and projects, and I haven't really done much with anything, so I decided I want to do that.
But you want to paint on the mirror, on the small mirrors?
Yeah, either that or maybe scrape off some of the backing. And the small mirrors I'll probably paint on. That was the original idea, paint on them. I actually even found like markers that are made for mirror or glass. Made for glass, really. So that's
like grease, but like, is it like grease markers?
They're supposed to be like actual like markers, but they're made to be able to write.
Oh, they'll stay.
They'll stay on glass.
Yeah.
So they're for like wine glasses and stuff, for like writing names on and like doing designs to make like custom glassware. So I have those. I haven't used them yet. Cool. But yeah, so I have all the stuff to do the stuff, and I just want to get to it. But I don't know what to do. I have one thing. I can actually send you a picture. I did like a kind of like a prototype. Where the fuck is this? I just was looking at it the other day. Actually, yesterday. Shit, and I moved it. I don't know where the hell it is. Oh, it's one of the like 4 by 4 mirrors, and it's like I drew like a kind of like a gas mask, like a full gas mask, kind of in a hood thing, but it's like half of it. So like, I don't know. Let me just see if I can find it, and I'll send you a picture. It's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I did that, and I kind of like the way that came out, but like.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And then I bought some like new stuff from like my work, TJ Maxx, like close out style stores, to paint them and like make them like cool. So they're not like knickknacks that your like parents or grandparents would have. They'd be like styled for like a younger generation type of thing.
Yeah, like little like when you like little shit you would like have displayed on a shelf or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. What's the best angle for this so you don't like see the TV in it and shit.
You know, in Japan, they have vending machines for certain used items.
Really, for used items?
Yeah, like in particular, women's underwear.
Alright, so here's that picture. I'm gonna send that. I have it positioned so you just see like my walls and ceiling are pink because of my lights, so that's why it looks that way. So it's just a mirror with like black paint on it. And that was kind of just like a rough thing. I had no way to like sketch this out. So like I had drawn this on paper, and then I couldn't like sketch it on the mirror, so I just kind of had to go in with the paint marker and just kind of rough in a sketch. And then that's basically what this was. And then I was gonna like paint over this and try to make it look more like dimensional, but I also wanted the mirror to be able to be used as a mirror, so that was part of my problem. Like, I kind of figured this is like a mask. You could like look at it and like see yourself in it, but also like use it as a mirror. Just kind of had like a decoration type style to it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty good drawing though. That's pretty three-dimensional as it is. But yeah. You know, I can see like maybe add some other colors or shading to it or something.
I want to do.
It looks pretty 3D though.
So, what up, Grim?
Hey, Grim.
Did you guys do the quest yet?
Did you do your hunt thing?
Yeah, I just did
it. Fuck yeah, we did the quest.
Yeah.
Oh, you just did it?
Yeah.
By yourself? Were
Yep.
you the only one in it? Yeah, I guess how many people were there, because it was just me and Zero, so I figured it's whoever loads up. How many kills did you have? I'm just curious if like
I
there's
don't
more
know.
or
I
less
didn't even
per
look
person.
at that.
Was it your very last game?
Yeah, it was the last thing I just did. Okay.
It's select.
37 kills. Except I died the first time because like I didn't realize I was timed till like close to the end, and I was like looting everything, trying to find like better guns.
Yeah.
Then I realized I started rushing, and then like.
Are there even better guns? I think.
Yeah, I found a prowler.
I picked up a
Yeah, because
mastiff,
there was
but
like
then
a
I was
mastiff.
finding.
Yeah, I
heavy
found a prowler.
ammo, but there was no heavy gun. The only. Oh, did you? Oh, the only guns I ever saw was, besides what you start with, is a mastiff.
Yeah, I actually was like.
Yeah, maybe it's kind of random.
I went
maybe
down to like the diving board and looked for stuff. There was like one bin down there. All the stuff that's like on the floor wasn't there. And then those doors are locked, so I had to go back up like through the tunnel. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think I remember I had 27 kills. I'm sure Zero had more than 10, so I guess they do less. Like, you know, they add more per person
probably.
or whatever.
And at the end there, after I died, I just like...
You playing the game?
No, not yet. I just like ran to the dropship, so... I probably could have had more, but I was also like running out of time.
Oh, yeah, there were a shitload at the end, too, that we just left.
I've got a skin for Pathfinder called Team Lift that it looks like it's made for that video game skin on your gun.
Oh, really?
From the other night. It's the same. It's like
that's cool.
orange with. I'll use it for one
Right.
game.
You guys
yeah,
you ready to
you
play,
guys.
or you guys at the
Yeah,
range
no,
or
we're
something?
ready to play.
Alright.
Invite Sento. Oh, that's pretty... I like that. That actually looks kind of cool.
It looks a lot like
Yeah.
a gun. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just using Mozambique with the purple bolt and hammer points, and it was... You could one-shot some of them, like, if you got a headshot.
Yeah,
It was tearing through them pretty good.
I was using the P2020 with hammer point, and there was like 35 damage per shot.
Oh, we're playing this again.
Oh, did I not switch it?
We're playing the quest.
Oh shit.
Well, whatever. We're already loaded.
Yeah, let's go for kills. Let's see how many kills we can get.
You know, whatever the case, we're winning. I am ready. I hope you are too.
This will be a nice little warm up. And one thing that does help, the beasts do go for like the decoys.
Oh, do it?
Especially when I do the ultimate, and there's so many decoys if we really get
nice.
the jam. Yeah. Not always. I mean, if they're running towards you, I throw one out, they might run past it, but I have it out in front before I get there, it'll stop them. And so there's a bin towards the
Yeah, there was
dashboard.
one bin over there.
There's only one here. On the top part.
Yeah, it was in between the buildings.
We have... okay. We have 8 minutes, so it can't be that long. And can't open any doors?
No,
you're
you can open the
saying?
building doors down the bottom, but you can't open the big doors to the wall.
But there's nothing
Yeah,
in there?
there wasn't anything in there when I did.
Oh, what is this now?
Cool.
Like an
I found a
it's
prowler.
Yeah,
I thought you were saying for an
no,
achievement of some
yeah,
sort.
all this
I
stuff
got
is empty. But these doors up here are locked and you can't open them.
Yeah, I'm dropping my light ammo.
Alright, I got 104 already, so I'm okay on that.
I'm late.
Alright, I'll take.
Oh, you're ready.
You ready, Zero?
Oh, there's nothing
Yeah.
else over there, right?
Yeah.
Mira, light ammo here. Bam goes the boozle.
Bam goes the boozle.
Boozle's getting banned. Oh, there's one right here.
Two more on the right. Oh yeah, there's sniper ammo here now.
Hey, compadres, heavy ammo here.
And then there's two bins up top also, so.
Oh, that's.
Oh, I could use a bolt and hammer.
I think headshots count on these things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because sometimes it would just be...
Gotta hop up here. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3. Shotgun bolt here.
Oh.
Level 1.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's a blue bag up those steps.
Gotta hop up here.
Anything left up yet?
Hammer
I'll
point.
grab it, but I doubt I'll need it. Oh, damn, purple light clip.
Level 3. Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
There's another blue bag.
Yeah,
Oh.
I doubt we'll ever find enough stuff to fill this whole thing out.
You can one-shot these fuckers with the hammer point, Mozam.
Yeah, sometimes just that's all it takes to like See, that was just a one shot, and that motherfucker.
Yeah.
There's more heavy over here if you need it.
Heavy ammo here.
Blue
Did
shirt
I
Nah.
sit
building.
here? We didn't really look. We just went where we were supposed to.
Here's a
there's
bin. Oh, a
here.
gold bag, purple armors. Oh, a gold
Oh, shit.
Spitfire.
A gold fucking Spitfire. Oh my God, Joe. Want that
Now I'm
gold
enjoying what
Spitfire?
I got. I gotta work on these two guns anyway, so.
I'll take it instead of the Prowler. Man, this thing will just shoot forever. I have like 200 bullets. If we get fucked, I'll just switch over to that from Mozambique. Guys, I've thrown
Yeah, I
this
got a
too,
couple Bernies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We got 4 minutes. I'm gonna
yeah,
start
go
doing
ahead.
the
I'm just
drill
gonna check
thing.
to see if there's
So-
anything around. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I enjoy these like PvE things. Like in Overwatch, they
Yeah,
have
pretty fun.
like the Halloween one. That's a lot of fun. It's basically just like waves of like zombie.
What, do you got monsters in here? How the fuck? I thought they didn't come from that way.
Yeah, yeah. I guess they just spawn right there.
Recharging shields.
Oh shit! I thought you did this already. I hear one. I think. No,
That's just me being me.
They need. It'll probably vary in the other missions, but this mission's like a little too easy. At least for 2 or more.
Oh, there's
Extended light mag here.
purple up here, Zero.
Oh, I don't even need it.
Well, you need armor. The armor's gone. Or shields, or shield up or something.
These guys aren't really a threat. I mean,
Oh, behind us.
Yeah, these things also die they die with like one shot anyway.
Yeah. So are they different? The
Yeah,
humans
these
dying
are like
faster,
the
right?
Revenant ghosts.
oh.
Oh shit! We only have 1 minute. Do the other thing. Shit.
Got the piece. Go, go, go.
Oh, now
Yeah.
we just gotta leave. That was really easy. Compared to like
I'm setting a jump pad up here.
with 2 people.
Oh.
Oh, that like made me bounce off the wall.
Wait, so they weren't always that easy, right? Like,
Yeah, no, they work. They're not all Revenant ones. There's some real ones here now.
Ah, okay. I can't get up here.
I like,
Get up. Oh,
I use
yeah, I
my
use a
grandpa.
jump pad. Bounce, so.
oh, now it's open.
There's-
What the fuck?
Yeah,
can't
'cause the
close it.
power's
What the
off.
fuck, man? Can you send me a zip line?
You just climb up the stairs. Just climb
There's
up
only
the
18
stairs.
seconds. There's I set
I
up
don't
a
have
jump
power.
pad.
Oh, here you go, bud. Oh, god damn it.
Like,
There's my
yeah,
jump
come
pad
over
right
here.
there.
Come over
Fucking
here.
not make it. I tried.
Yeah, I
It's
couldn't
like
get up with
bouncing
the
me
jump
off.
pad either. It would bounce me to the edge and then.
Yeah, it didn't work for me.
You probably just have to hit the edge right. I
Just
don't
gotta
know
be
how to do
super
it.
skilled at life.
That's right.
Well, you
That's
use
right.
them all the time. I barely use the jump pads. Damn, didn't even need to use the Spitfire.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they need to make they need to scale it up a little bit when 3 people are playing. I mean, I thought it was easy last night with 2 of us playing.
Yeah.
Like,
We got it the
especially
first
with
time.
hammer point. Yeah, if you didn't have hammer point and it was just the Mozam and the 2020 and no other guns, it'd be pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to do a regular one now? Oh, how many kills did you guys have? Before we have an estimate how many
25.
things there were.
16.
29. What about you, Joe?
37,
So-
47, 57, 66.
66?
I think so.
29, 25,
54,
40,
60,
44.
70. 70.
70. Yeah. Oh, it's
Oh,
still in the
shit.
first piece.
No,
If you want to do it again. Yeah, I'm going to do it again. I'll do it again. But
we only did it that time because I
Easy.
forgot to.
I like it. It's
switch it.
different. I do like the quest mode and like linear type games like that. I do like
Yeah, it's
them.
cool.
Yeah. And I'm sure they'll, Respawn seems to take people's input and actually act on it. So I'm sure a lot of people are saying it's too easy or make it longer or whatever. I'm
Yeah.
sure they'll get better.
But it is cool, and like you got the little story elements and
I
whatever.
mean, I think you guys would like Titanfall.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good game. It's a linear.
Yeah, apparently it's like the same game, right? Oh, so Titanfall's
Yeah, it's-
linear and has the fight
Yeah.
mode, like, what is that?
Yeah, it's
Battle
got like.
Royale,
Well,
I
it doesn't
guess?
have battle royale. It's got like a multiplayer, like a team versus team, and it's got
Is Titanfall free or you gotta buy it?
No, you gotta buy it. I think it was. It was on sale at some point, and Blade got it for like $6. Yeah,
In store?
I think it was on the Game Pass.
Oh shit.
I might not be anymore.
You talking about
Two.
two
Oh.
or one? Okay.
Oh, so there's multiple ones? Oh shit, I'm the champion? What the fuck?
You killed 27 monsters.
Yeah.
But other people played a real game.
Yeah.
They're not the champion? Alright. I guess we get mad points for that. I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, because our
I mean, obviously,
Bonus.
it's based on points, so we must have got more points doing that little mission than, like, fucking winning the game, apparently.
Oh.
Winning a real game. So maybe if we play that a few times, that'll, like, level up our battle pass quick. Just on pure
Yeah,
points.
maybe. Definitely should be something we look into.
That was way quicker than an actual game. And we got more points, so, like a win-win.
Yeah, it's definitely not based off of like.
Anybody
Darn.
see anybody?
Well, I don't know about.
Here's somebody
Played
outside
last
the
night,
base.
but- Well, the night before when I played, we didn't end on great notes.
I looked at my last game. I only had like 1 kill and like freaking, I don't know, maybe 100 and something down, 170 damage. Nothing impressive at all. So I know it
Man,
wasn't that earned me it.
There's nothing in those A buildings. Didn't.
I
Is there
dropped
anything on top of these
a
A
hemlock.
buildings?
I dropped the hemlock.
I got me a
Oh.
hemlock.
Oh yeah, do
I
you
got
want
one.
that, Joe? Okay.
It's like I think right in the middle there or something.
All right. I'm just
There's a
looking at
bunch
this
of light
building
ammo
down here real
here.
quick.
RE45 here.
I mean, I got guns. I just not exactly what I wanted and stuff. There's an L-Star and a 99 in this building.
There's
Yeah, I
energy there
can
if
use,
you want it.
I got 90 so far.
Blue stock, white stock.
Hammer point beside that light mag.
There's 2 boxes, well, 4 total syringes in that one bin. I need a bag, man. That's not what I wanted to do.
I'm gonna run and get that hemlock.
Ooh, bag, yeah, everything. You want a shotgun, Joe?
Oh, somebody's
Right.
getting brought back right outside the wall. Somebody's getting.
Oh, right
no,
here?
right here, right
Let's
here.
go tell them. They probably think they're alone, like we thought we were alone. Oh no, they definitely know that I'm here. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I hit him 82. God damn it.
Look at that. Up
On the
top
side
with
of the A building. He's down on the side of it. Yeah, now he's got gas traps.
Alright, one's down. The one by the truck is down. I don't have any health heals.
Grim, he's
I don't see him.
right on my
Shit.
box.
I haven't
He's
met
on top of the
for you.
building.
So. He's right there. Somebody's
Got
also
that
throwing
guy.
arc stars.
Right here. Take that mag kit. You want it?
5 seconds. Or we could just walk it.
Alright, then I'm gonna grab his banner.
Oh shit. I think that's where the other guy is. Shit.
Someone just shut a door.
He's in the next A building, it sounds like.
Got it, banner. It's a race to the beacon. Ring the
Oh yeah.
Someone
there
just
they are.
sniped at me though.
There's 2 of them
There's
over
2
there. I
guys
thought
over
2
here.
people went down. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
need help, Joe.
One's down.
Okay, sweet.
And that's all of them. Good job, compadres.
Go.
Tick-tock, 10 seconds. Thinks the ring's close.
Wait, is
No,
one
Zeros is up top,
Oh,
which
no,
I
I'm
guess
up
you
on
won't be able to get back to it.
Yeah,
So I'll bring.
top. Is there...
I'll bring all the
Oh
good
yeah, never
stuff.
mind.
Bring that.
Yeah, I got a big bag. I'm getting these extra clips.
Wow, the nearest revive thing is far as shit.
I gotta heal.
Over like toward the very... Oh wait, there's one up at containment. Is that a revive thing? No, that's That's just the.
No, there
beacon,
should be a
isn't it?
revive at containment.
Do you see a revive?
Oh, it was you. Must have been used. I think it's right in the center of containment.
Because I see the.
There's the one we can fly to with the balloon, that one.
Okay.
You literally hit it from the balloon.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. High capacitor there. Outside of capacitor.
This is already looted.
These bins aren't out.
The whole thing.
I'll bring that for extra for 0.
Hey, he.
Check it out. Open supply bin here. Thermite grenade here.
It is. Do we want to bring them outside the ring there, or do you want to go to the first one in the ring, or do you want to go to capacitor, which is still outside but closer to the ring?
Oh yeah. I was thinking just straight. Oh wait, that one's a lot further now. They changed it. Shit. Oh no,
Yeah.
you want to go left? That seems actually closer. Remember the other one? They moved it down further and across the street. I didn't realize they changed all
Alright, I'm
that.
gonna drop a blue stock here for you, and then there should be guns around. If not, I'll give you my hemlock.
There you go.
Alright.
I mean, we're close to the ring, so we got time.
There you go. There's your purple light mag.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, and here's
I didn't realize they left this part of the waterfall. I mean, of you know, this being a remnant from the fucking old shit.
45 here. Optics here. Mid-range. Alternator here.
Oh shit, the ring's coming in.
Longbow here.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1.
Ooh.
Is it you site?
Here.
You picked up those syringes, right?
Backpack
Oh
here.
shit.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it won't slow you down. Barrel stabilizer here.
Anybody need the barrel stabilizer or anything?
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Level 2? Yeah, I only have a level
Alright.
1. The
I'll take your level 1.
Blue light and heavy mag.
I mean, unless you need
yeah.
your other. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I was
Both
seeing
in
if I
that
already
little
had
room
one.
there.
Alright. I only need, if you need the light mag, one of you is, go ahead. I only need the heavy.
No, I'm good.
Oh, actually, I just picked up another light gun so I can use it.
I'm dropping this right here, Grim.
Oh, yeah.
Barrel stabilizer.
There you go. Purple.
Level 2.
Level 3.
Damn. I don't even have a heavy gun. I just picked up a 301 Scout. So
Nah, I
if
already
you
got a
guys want
purple.
that.
Yeah,
Want me to
Already
pick
got
it
a
up
purple.
for you?
I'm good.
I don't need it.
Okay.
Round 2. Begin ring countdown.
There you go. Another purple.
1 sec. Healing up.
I am repairing myself. Optics here. RE45. Light ammo here.
2 circle sights in here.
Oh,
Optics here. Close range.
thought that was a 99.
Patch myself up. Hang on.
Actually, I heal my own, so using a med kit would be dumb.
Just gotta patch myself up.
Yeah, yeah.
Healing. This is taking too long. Repairing.
Wow, that's really close between the first and second rings.
Yeah. Imagine if we landed like at the bouncy house. It'd be such a far run, which is usually what happens to us. It's just
Far run.
constantly a far run.
Yeah.
Actually, the circle, the original, the gauntlet it's called in the Actually, not that far. It's pretty in the middle of the circle this time. Nothing like when we land in the rig. It seems like every single time we have to run like 5,000
Yeah.
feet.
2,200, 600 million.
Stock here. Level 1.
Knockdown shield here. Shield cell here.
It's a lot of minutes.
Well, how do you judge the something of a year?
Oh, is that what it is? 5,500
Yeah.
million.
Something
10,000
like that.
million.
Ooh, Loba just went up
Yeah.
there.
Oh, yeah, let's
Yeah,
go.
moving
I
on
see
it.
the Gibraltar bit
Yeah, I'm running toward
Get
Grim
position
'cause
for
that's
cleanup,
a good
crew.
looking flank. Yeah.
calling me name.
Oh, right up here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thermite grenade out.
Got her.
Grenade.
More dudes.
No, I was just running by. You wanna fucking shoot me?
There's one right here.
Two down.
Yeah, there's someone to
One
the
over here.
He's in the bush. She's down. Never mind. Yeah,
another squad.
Oh shit, another.
They're kind of far though.
Oh, I gotta heal. I gotta heal. Oh, I got nothing but a syringe. Oh fuck. They're across the. Yeah, they're across the.
God
dirt.
damn, I got
Shit,
fucking
shit, shit,
sniped again. Over here, they can't see through the trees. I just saw where they're shooting from.
Getting shot at.
Yeah, let's get some cover.
1 sec. Healing up.
And I got some heals.
We should def check out.
Yeah, yeah. I got no.
Med kit here.
Oh sweet, thank you.
Shield batter. Shield batter. Amigos, let's go here.
I am repairing myself. Giving my shields a recharge.
Charging up my shield.
Sending out my decoy.
Yeah, they're probably gonna try to push in to get that loot. Oh, a Loba thing.
Oh, yeah, they're doing the Loba thing on the roof.
We're already in the ring.
Okay.
You're not stealing our loot,
Yeah,
bitch.
they're hit. Hell no. Bust your Loba shit right up.
You fucking bitch.
Busted.
Oh, yeah, they are still shooting at us.
Shit. Oh, that's way off.
Well,
That's
yeah,
another. That's a. That may
It
be
is.
a third squad.
it's a
guys.
different squad.
Yeah, they can see us, so just be careful.
Gotta hop up.
Shit, let it thermites.
Oh shit, they're
Yeah, I
landing
put the
bullets
slide fire
around
in
us.
there. I gave up on it. I didn't find a prowl
Oh,
yet.
I got one. Oh shit.
Oh, over there.
Alright.
There's somebody trying to flank us from behind. I heard it that way. Yeah, they're there.
Alright. Oh damn, that L-Star is fucked up.
Oh. Shit, just coming up behind you, Grim. Alright, he's down. How did they get here to like pinch us?
Oh, I'm burning myself to death. Oh no. Oh no. God damn.
I'm burning the shit out of this person.
One up.
Back here, I hear.
Yeah, I'm was hit from three
Oh,
different
shit.
directions.
Yeah.
Another squad. Yeah,
Damn,
just
I was
squad after
doing
squad.
trash that whole fucking game. I'd have 10 damage probably.
We were all pretty close. We all had 2 kills.
Damn, and I had 2 kills? Oh, probably from the first fight. First fight I was doing good. That whole, since we brought Zero back, I wasn't doing good at all.
That guy had to have a 4X on his scout or whatever he was shooting, because like I was shooting at him with a 3X and he was so fucking far away. I couldn't
Dude
even
across the way, I think
hit
I got
him.
a triple
What-
take.
Oh, okay. He probably had a choke on it or something. Well, regardless, he had a good side on it, unless he's just a phenomenal shot. I don't know. I don't know if I was standing still. He was moving around somewhat.
Alright, now I can give 100% focus. Dinner is done.
Hello. Yep. I just had to, wait, your
Yeah.
dinner's really done? You can play?
Yeah, I just
What?
finished my dinner, so now I can focus.
okay. Oh, I thought you meant like dinner's ready. So I just had to change my batteries real quick. Better now than in
Yeah,
the middle of
you
the
need to get a
match.
rechargeable thing.
It seems to always happen every time. Yeah, I do. I keep. There's a bunch of shit I gotta order on Amazon and go to the store and get. Just kind of forget about it. And how much was it?
Yeah,
20
the one I'm
bucks or
using is a I bought from Walmart. It can technically
Oh, you got it from Walmart. I thought you got yours on Amazon.
no, they have them on Amazon, but I've had it for a while.
Yeah,
so.
maybe that's.
But yeah, so it can charge 2. The back one is kind of messed up, so I usually only charge 1, but I only need to charge 1 at a time. So because I can charge 2, it came with 2 batteries, the stand, and then 2 battery covers, so they sit in correctly. So I always have.
Oh, right.
One is always charged, but most of the time, like I can, if I don't play all day, like I only play at night when I stream and play with you guys, 1 battery is fine. Like it charges from when we're
Okay. It's only a 1 controller.
yeah, so it charges from when we're done playing to when we start playing, and it doesn't die in between. But if you were to buy the 2, so you can charge 2 batteries, I mean, I have controllers that I can give you a controller to charge. I don't know how well the controls will work on it,
Yeah.
but it'll definitely be able to sit on the thing and get charged properly.
Well, I think 1 should probably be good. So I know when I put good regular batteries in there, it lasts me like 5 days of playing like a few hours every night. So I think as long as I charge every night, it should be cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you're only playing like whatever the hours that we play, then it should be fine. Because it's fine
That's
for
all I
me.
play. Just at night. I've got these shitty batteries now that last about 1 game or 1 night per pair.
Yeah, like it's. I never thought that it made a difference, but once I started paying
Yeah, me either.
attention,
Now I
yeah,
really can tell the difference.
like Duracell is the shit.
Next ring's far. Not for me,
Yeah.
but there for you.
Somebody's sliding
where it's
around
at.
down there.
Ooh,
Broke their shield.
shit.
Yo, I'm actually better with the P2020
Oh,
because
great.
of that game.
You got
Went
it.
around this corner. There's 2
There's
of them.
there's a shield in the room, Zero. You should go get a shield.
Okay. They're coming back.
Yeah, they just tried to slide by and be slick.
Oh shit, this dude's. Well, there's the whole squad over here,
Where?
guys, so you might
Oh.
want to converge on them. I mean, the other 2 are
Yep.
close at hand.
There's 2 people in that room.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
2 people in the room?
Yep. They're coming out the door, Grip.
There's a Wraith in the tunnel also. Wraith coming in, Wraith coming in. She's the last one. She's on the other side of the thing. She just did a shield swap. We should heal up. She just swapped for a blue.
Yeah, she's still
Yeah, she's
over
just
there.
dicking around. She's still hiding behind the thing. She's running in.
She's running towards you
Yeah,
now.
she's coming in
running
that door.
towards
She
you
shot your decoy.
Heads up, we're not alone.
She just came in the first floor.
now. She's coming through.
She's back out here. Okay.
Yep. She's back
Yep.
like.
Blast that fool.
Oh, you see.
Blast that fool.
Oh, it's here.
You landed right. Okay, nice.
Good shit. Yeah, we made that.
But you made it.
Mostly
Well
helping.
done.
More close by shit.
Oh, there's like nothing in here.
Yeah, there's like really nothing in any of the boxes. Where's the other one at? The one didn't have like fucking anything.
L-Star here.
Yeah, I gotta get rid of this P2020. I'm dropping 46 light bullets.
There you go. Here's a bolt for you. I have 100. Here, I have 2 med kits. Do you need
Nah, I
med
got,
kits?
I
Or
got 2
2
syringes.
syringes.
That's enough for me. Because I heal on my own a bit, so.
Okay.
Gracias, though. Some Mastiff and Wingman. I'm going pro on these bitches.
Spitfire here. The ring's moving, friends.
There's a Spitfire if you want it.
Slow move.
Shotgun ammo here.
There's some bullets.
Backpack here. Level 2. Don't worry.
Yeah, I got a Spitfire.
Damn, I can't find the ammo.
Yeah, I only got.
What kind you need?
I only
Heavy.
got 60.
I
Heavy.
barely have heavy.
So the Spitfire, I don't think would work for me.
There's like 50 something.
Yeah, we'll find-
46.
we'll find
I can
46
drop
heavy.
some for you since I'm using a Wingman.
Find
If
some.
you need them.
1 box would be
Actually, there you go.
super key. I'm leaving that for Grim because he don't have much. Oh, you ain't gotta drop your
Okay.
whole stack there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dude, it's popping.
That looks like they were pretty much through the whole thing here. One part had like shield batteries. Oh, you got an arc
Do
star.
we want to hit Mechanicsville before we lose
get
it?
towards
do you
that
wanna go to the- Okay, yeah. Let's go to the fight.
No,
No,
Where's
we're
that
the fight.
behind us?
You're right. We can get shit off of their dead corpses.
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Shotgun ammo here. Optics here.
Way over there.
There's
There's
other-
a couple of. I don't know if that's where the fight is, but I heard somebody running. Or oh, there's a care package. They're running toward
Grab the
that.
shotgun bullets, and I'm ready for you.
Ooh, flatline. Yeah. Yes, man.
Got a 1 to 2 on my Wingman.
Oh, and they're fighting those guys.
Are they up
Damn,
top
they're
here?
sniping.
somebody
Those
right
other
down
guys
that
are
hill.
sniping.
Enemy spotted over there.
Oh, and they're shooting them from up
Can't get
top.
up there. There we go.
Yeah.
Up top toward.
Over there.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of death boxes on the next level down here.
Boxer up.
Dude's shielding up over there.
Opening fire.
Oh shit. Oh, somebody coming in. Well, never mind. They ran off for a sec. There's somebody over around.
Contact with enemy.
Fuck. And decoys.
Yeah, he's in here.
I'm coming.
I just gave
Got him.
somebody a kill.
Yeah.
The guy was just crawling around.
Blue shirt.
Syringe here. Heavy ammo here.
Mad light ammo.
Okay, I'm committing to what I got, so I'm dropping this and this.
Barrel stabilizer here. Amigo, shield cell here.
Oh, I'll put that 2x on them Jones.
Oh shit. I thought I had a cool light gun. I have an R45 still.
Well, there's a 301 in that.
Here.
Oh, and
And a
yeah,
99.
cool. Yeah, I'll do the
You don't see
301.
like some kind of any kind of shotgun bolt. Oh, I see one.
Oh
there's
yeah,
boxes
blue
everywhere.
shirt
We gotta
here.
kill these motherfuckers.
Level 2.
Oh, there's a gold Eva.
Eva shotgun here.
I don't know if the gold Eva's better than on regular mech.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
a gold Eva.
Does that answer all your prayers or what?
You guys
Yeah,
I'll
wanna
take
take it.
I'm with Grim.
finish this squad?
They're
with
getting
me
somebody
over
up over here.
there? They're getting somebody up.
Yeah.
Oh, there's somebody on top of the rock. I got the guy who was getting him up. I got the guy that was getting up, I guess.
Getting got.
Nice. The wall's here, so. Oh, there's more people? Fuck.
Oh yeah, one more here. Yeah, bitch. Oh,
Purple shield.
I'm running to circle will kill me.
Executioner shirt. Execution shirt here, whatever.
Level 2.
Oh hell. Do you see any health heals? Oh, I can't even get to the damn. I can't even get there. I have no help. Let me look in this.
Yeah, I'll
box,
see what
if
I can bring.
Damn, I need heavy bullets and a heavy mag too.
I got a purple shirt, but
8?
there's no.
Fuck.
Here, there's heals in
no.
here. I'll grab some, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks. I got no syringe. Oh shit! I can't even throw you a damn.
Does anybody need a purple light mag?
Level 3. Gotta patch my.
No.
Not me.
Alright,
I threw an escape zip
I
line.
got
when
20 syringes.
There's 2 more bosses here. Oh hell yeah!
Shit, man.
That's mad ranges.
I can't find any fucking heavy ammo.
Yeah, I haven't found any either. I can drop some. I got 24. Let me check these boxes right here. Oh, there's a gold
I got
body shield
52.
here.
That's my main gun.
Yeah. King didn't say it earlier.
Well, I got a red one, so not for me. Oh, here. All right, I just picked.
Oh, you already got a gold grim? I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Optics here. Close range.
All right,
Oh, you know, I'm gonna check this box.
I
I'm
just
not sure
picked
if
up
I
some
hit that.
heavy.
Yeah, nothing. Fuck.
here, there's a stack.
Heavy ammo here.
Thank you.
Anybody check this box?
Um,
Nothing. Sniper
yeah,
scope.
I'm gonna use these syringes. I just have to drop them for now.
I'm gonna
So-
go
Yeah,
check
there's
these
nothing in that
boxes
one box
again.
there.
Select fire, no.
Yeah, I might look at one of those too.
Here's another 4 syringes and 3 shield cells.
Oh,
So we don't
snap.
have to go through bunker. You just want to go the other way. Like that way.
Show.
Alright, does anybody still need heals?
I could use like
Alright,
1 or
well,
2 syringes.
I got 14 syringes.
You got them to spare. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's plenty. Yeah, I'll give you some too. Green.
I can drop.
Heck with this
I'm alright.
these gold armors.
Yeah, they're super good for your gold armor.
Well, I mean that's like 4 med kits. Yeah.
Oh, they're not looted.
Supply bin over there.
Possibly more heavy bullets.
These Bernie sticks.
Heavy ammo here. Need a body shield here. Level 3.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Man,
Oh, looks like this ship is landing.
Supply ship over there.
Oh, just
Where's
dropped
the
it all
fucking
the way
rope
back
at?
there.
Oh my god, all the way back there. Yeah.
Oh shit, there's people on there.
Oh shit.
I just broke somebody's shield. I gotta fall. Ah shit,
Okay.
I'm being shot at from there's people in
Oh
houses
damn.
too.
Oh, I'm a dead motherfucker. Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, I figured we'd have to fight somebody. I didn't think they'd be there that quick.
Yeah, that was mighty quick. They probably didn't even zip up. They were probably landed on with the ship.
They were in the bottom. So, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I didn't hear a zip line either. That's true.
Yeah, I don't know either really. Was that the second ship?
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess I couldn't have landed with
The
it.
first one lands before any circles come in.
Yeah.
Alright, so ready for some
Yeah,
rank?
yeah, they couldn't have landed with it unless they flew in on balloon.
Let's
yeah.
get direct rank. Ready to do 625 damage of Mr. Bloodhound.
Oh yeah, I didn't look at my dailies.
Time to put face cam on. Fans want to see my face, man. Gotta put the face cam on.
Oh, you dumb bitch. I'm watching this video of people like trying to be hot shit going down escalators, like sliding on the rail and shit. And this, you know, some escalators have like kind of like a stainless steel ramp on the side or in the middle of them or whatever. Like it's almost like a slide or something. This fucking guy is going down face first down that part, and there's like a plexiglass barrier at the end of it. He just like smashes into it like a dog sliding across a linoleum floor into a glass door or some shit.
I'm gonna give that up to y'all.
Oh, I was behind this guy in traffic the other day, and I'm like, quick. I was like, you know, sometimes people have a good reason for going slow, you know, but like, I saw like he was in a truck with a big side mirror, and I saw the dude eating something out of a bowl with a fucking spoon. Like, he's like weaving in his truck, going like really slow, eating some shit out of a bowl.
I have a theory that people who have like super jacked up trucks have tiny penises.
Yeah, it's
Have
very
people
super
that
jacked
what?
up trucks have tiny penises.
Oh yeah.
Ah, he's compensating. Dude's landed with us over to the past that building Grimm's in.
Yeah, I hear somebody right near me. Right here.
Coming,
Oh, I
coming.
forgot who it was. He's going in that building.
He's fucked up. Oh, fuck, I can't get out of here. Shit. God damn, man. He's almost dead.
Got your back, bro. After this, I need that kill, so I'm gonna go first that motherfucker.
Okay.
I need all the points I can get.
Yeah, I have no bullets and can't heal myself. I'm gonna go look for some loot.
Why won't it let me pick up? Oh. There's a Spitfire. Yeah, there's a Spitfire in that box.
Well, I just found an alternative Prowler select fire.
Yeah, I only got 13 extra heavy bullets, so I need some of those.
Yeah, P2020 and a Sentinel. So.
Okay.
Oh,
So
I'm gonna
you
pick up the
need
longbow
stuff
instead.
More. Oh shit! I hear people.
Yeah, I got light ammo though. Okay.
And there's a sniper clip. There are people
There
were
we go.
just around here like
Fucking
8
sure
seconds
this
ago.
is.
So they must have been the people I heard.
All right. Is that a blue? Oh, it's a blue box. Okay.
They're up on the roof though.
Yeah, I hear him. Oh shit.
Oh, I saw something over there.
Oh, there's a blue shield in here.
I hear somebody in the
Blue
water
shield in
somewhere.
Thank you.
Over there, right there, right there.
Oh shit.
Oh, there's boxes in here too. A purple, a blue, and a white. Oh, somebody's engaging them.
Oh, are they concentrating on somebody else?
Somebody's on the roof though, so be careful.
Okay.
The one on the roof is down,
Down.
but the person they're fighting's over there.
Over there, yeah.
Yeah, climb up, big man.
Yeah, over there.
That's
Someone
me.
underneath of us too.
I'm just looting the kill
No,
I just
like,
did.
over here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's outside to the left there, Grim. He might have ran behind the building just now.
Oh shit.
Reloading. Whole squad down.
What's up this box?
Up on top of that shit.
Rings moving.
What? And I can heal myself? What?
Hemlock here. Give my shield to recharge. Frag grenade here. Light ammo here. One sec, healing up. Light ammo here.
So there's still a kid alive, guys.
Okay.
That guy that ran away over here on the other side, I forgot about.
Yeah.
Here. Level
Who's a revenant or something?
Delivering care package.
Somebody was here 60 seconds ago. This is probably old Revenant.
I hear him.
Favor from the gods.
Thought I heard him.
No hostiles where I'm facing.
Picking him out with a decoy.
Oh, over here there were footsteps 22 seconds ago.
Probably came back for the banner.
Grenade here. Light ammo here. Havoc here.
There's a blue light clip here. I can't ping it
Close
though.
range. Extended light mag here. Extended light mag here.
Oh, did everybody get their treasure for today?
Treasure
Yeah, I
pack
did.
here.
Oh, footsteps
I
this
haven't
way.
yet.
30 seconds. 37 seconds.
I mean, if you've already got.
R99 here.
All
Yeah,
right.
that way. Care package
just,
just landed on the other side of this wall.
All right. Do you want to do the care package, or do you want to hunt this dude? What do you want to do?
Okay. We got to go this way to get to it anyway. I think. I don't think we can get through that wall. Remember, I had to run all the way around it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're bringing somebody back somewhere.
Yep.
Probably him.
Right over here to our left.
Oh, somebody's at the care package too. I just opened it.
Shit.
Yeah, I got a shit ton of throwables.
I'm gonna go up.
I didn't
just to
see where the
that.
care package was, so I'm
Jump
just
off.
kind of.
Care package right there. That's the place I seen them.
All right.
No hostiles.
In the area.
I don't see anybody.
Oh, there's footsteps here. Yeah, they just looted this. How did that not pick it up? They were just here like seconds ago. 30 seconds ago.
Are they finding somebody
Yeah,
right
it
over
sounds like a
past
triple
that?
take or something. Oh yeah, there's footsteps.
Someone
34.
able to through here.
36. Wait, they went this way.
Yeah, send another decoy.
Wait, I lost the footsteps. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
oh.
they continue to. Oh, this is they went for the
I see them. Somebody went in there. Somebody
Okay,
went,
yeah.
I think,
Yeah, these
past that
footsteps
way.
are 13 seconds old.
Bam! Bam! Guess I'm running out of ideas.
I'm here for your heavy ammo, bitches.
I got a bad guy.
I just saw movement in there.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, he's outside.
Coming
in the
towards
middle.
it. Gibraltar, right here.
Oh, your stupid gun shield. Oh, it's gonna fuck me up. Alright,
I sent the Revenant back to his fucking red shit in there.
somebody on the roof here. Oh, right up here.
Broke your shield. I'm down.
Enemy down.
Oh, another squad coming in on us.
Shit in the walls here too.
Oh, god
Graham.
damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we're positive points, so if you want to skedaddle and save yourself. Oh, it's just round one, too. Okay.
Taking a moment to heal.
Oh, Joe, how'd you
Grim
get
just
up?
got me
Good
up.
job. I didn't know Grim had time to revive you. Good shit.
Oh, they're right in this building here. Shit,
Yeah,
they're on me.
yeah.
Ah,
Right here.
I don't know where they're at.
Oh, there's somebody else.
Oh, on the roof.
Fuck.
Folded. Sending out another me.
Oh, another person is coming in below you in the building, or just stop me at the door anyway. I don't know if they're coming in.
Oh, there's other people waiting out there.
One sec, healing up.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to get my Phoenix hit off.
Using the decoy escape.
Hopefully,
Yeah, you're the only one
Fleck.
alive, Grim.
Oh, shit. Ah, I got, yeah. I just gotta run away.
This place needs a little more speed.
I'm gonna turn into a box right next to zero, so if you can get back, it'll be easy. Hey, buddy.
I'll be joining you soon.
You should totally go respawn so we can do that again.
Hey, you know what? I could probably just fly back to you. I think the balloon's around here. This is my last health.
I have
healer, so.
I think 2 syringes and a Phoenix kit in my box.
Oh, I hear them. Yeah, not even fucking close. They knew exactly where I was. All 3 of them.
Good
fucking
try, though. It was a
raped me.
good game, positive game. Oh, good kills, whoever that was, whoever had 4, good
Yeah.
shit. But you both were doing great. I mean, for you know, for having all those squads around. Oh yeah, back to the gold 3. Let me change this skin real quick.
46 points. So I need 79 points, and I'm gold, please. So, 79.
How many?
Oh, that's just one good game.
One average game. Good game would be like 200.
Yeah.
So I guess that was a sucky game. I only had 48 points.
Yeah.
Well, good
You usually
points,
go
yeah,
up
I
more
was-
points than that. I mean, it's average, I guess.
Oh, I'll be right back.
So today I was working on I don't know if I shared a picture of this or not, but I have a character that I was kind of working on that was a bear, like a panda bear. I chose a panda because of the color of the pattern of their fur and stuff. I thought it was interesting. Who wears a hoodie and has like 2 like samurai swords. And the first time I drew him on in like a sketchbook, it was okay, but it wasn't dynamic enough. So I was so I
Didn't love
worked
it.
on it a little bit. I did a couple iterations trying to make it like dynamic, and I just couldn't do it. So doing it digitally,
To be honest, I'm afraid
Um,
I'm really
I can do
afraid
layers, which is
Getting
nice. So
that
like I
scares
did
me.
it, and then I
As
had one layer, and then like
gifted with
I'm
victory.
trying to get my foot into the. I'm trying to do foreshortening, so the one hand is stretched out towards the camera, and one foot stretched out towards the camera. So I'm trying to have them like the same size.
That's
Yeah.
hard to do.
But I was able to do
Towards
another
perspective like that.
layer, and just like kind of I have the hand, so then just draw like lines down, so the foot will be the same size, yada yada. And then like if I like it, but it's not in the right position, I can just like crop it and move it to where I want it, and like if it's just in the wrong angle, but the shape is right, I can just like tilt it. So I'm really enjoying this digital.
Since on the
Yeah.
computer, it's a lot easier to just drag the mouse and skew it than erase it and redraw it.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, so I mean, you still need to have good shapes and stuff. It's not like the computer does everything for you, but yeah, it's definitely easier to edit. If there's one thing that you don't like in this drawing of everything else you like, you don't have to just start over.
Yeah.
Because there's only so much you can erase before like the paper gets all fucked up.
The only time I messed with computer art was like MS Paint, and I liked it. Oh my god,
Oh, I'm with some fucking asshole.
Yeah, somebody's
I
up here.
slid off the fucking platform. I'm a
God
box.
damn it.
Alright, I have. Grab.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, I need this ammo and this helmet.
Let me know when you can talk about something really stupid.
Okay, a couple minutes. Maybe like just a few minutes, or maybe like 15. I will let you know. Looks like it's gonna be just a couple. I'm about to die. Alright, I can talk about something stupid. Yeah. She came in and asked me, so I told her that, and she left.
I got hit with 5,000
Doing
damage,
the
man.
grocery order.
Okay, so you're doing the grocery order. Go ahead.
So I do this every week.
Yeah, because I'm a piece of shit. I get it.
So no, but I always look at the coffee creamer and usually add some.
Right.
So I know on a weekly basis what creamer's on the market.
Right.
Coffee Mate comes out with a funfetti flavor that is brand new.
Okay.
International Delight has a birthday cake flavor brand new. This coffee creamer estimates and like corporate spying to like when one company has a flavor.
I feel like I've seen birthday cake or funfetti. I've seen one of them.
No, I've never seen them before. And they both have a new thing on it too.
Maybe they're new to
I
Giant,
think
but
they're literally new this week. I've never seen them before. And they
I
come
feel like
out
I have.
literally the exact same week.
I feel like I've seen International Delight.
There is a whole stupid ass
It's a good
story
day to
behind
take out some
that.
fools and be back in
Okay.
time for dinner. Got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
I mean,
What is going on in the creamer business?
The All Father will gift us today.
maybe I'll make a comment about creamer espionage.
Right? But like real stupid, but like
This is going to
obviously
be fun.
something not right there.
One of them, I don't think they're both new this week. I think one has been around. I feel like I've seen it.
Always ruining my fucking joy. It's like, hey, here's this Skims Joy. Oh, it's glued. Oh, where's my fucking dart?
It's in the last joy that you had that I popped. Alright. I'm back.
Oh, sorry, did I confuse you?
Um.
Yeah.
No, just power and pain.
I don't know where to go. Artillery?
I guess artillery. Yeah, she's not far back.
Do it.
I jumped
now.
out early.
Not bad.
I think somebody landed below me.
Yeah, I think I hear somebody in the cave. Yep, I do.
Round one.
Oh, two of them in here, guys.
Alright.
This, I broke her armor. I didn't have any armor. And there's another one in here with an L-star.
Comment.
The one is almost dead.
One's down. Two down.
More enemies down.
Where they at? Where they at?
Back here, back here.
Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kill leader.
That's crazy. I ran over here to pick this stuff up,
Guess I owe you dinner now, huh?
and it said I picked it up,
Now there's a
but
box
then I
that.
didn't have it.
In possession of
Oh, well, it's uncharged,
maybe I
so maybe it wouldn't let you pick it up because your white armor had more charge than the blue. I don't know if it even does that unless it's the same kind of armor though.
Kill leader avoided.
Just gotta patch myself up.
I'm
I got
upstairs
some
on that other
banners.
Oh
side.
shit. Oh, never mind, it's you. I heard you. I was like, oh shit. I thought you were a bad motherfucker.
I am a bad. Oh my god.
Healing my wounds. Go bamboozle.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot that bird when it swoops back around so it'll be loot for people.
Alrighty.
1 minute. Ring is close.
It got a little far away. But
Level 1. Maybe. Rings close.
Damn, do they not put guns in A buildings anymore?
But here's
Half a minute. Ring is
some energy ammo. I fucking really hate the Havoc, man. I really do.
I'm gonna go get my shit out of my box.
Yeah, the L-Star is where it's at. With the Havoc, if you you have to pre-fire.
I had a hemlock. Oh, where's my fucking box? I guess
It's up top, and then when you're going into it, it's up on the
Oh.
left side.
Yeah, I guess somebody took my shit. That's okay though. I will find other shit.
Warning. Ring closing.
Use the map as your guide. Let's start here.
I don't know where that box fell at. Oh, there it is.
Or maybe
The bird box. Did you find it yet?
Found it.
oh, you know, one of these sucker chumps took my gun and it was in their box.
Body shield, helmets here.
So my
Level 2.
oh, so it only
Alternator
I
here.
got. So when Grim picked up my tag off the box, my box
I picked up
evaporated.
your tag off the box, and it was still there until you looked in it.
Oh, I thought
Care package being delivered.
no, my box is gone. But it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
it's not there anymore?
No,
Oh, well,
Close range.
it doesn't
I
matter.
got it after the other guy, though. I thought maybe it was the
Optics here. Close range.
the
Yeah,
other
it was
dude, but
still
Oh,
there
shit,
after I
I've got
grabbed
zero
Yeah.
ammo for anything. Oh, here I'm.
it was up top somewhere. It's what
Yeah.
what it looked like. I
Yeah,
didn't see
maybe.
the box.
Maybe it wasn't where I thought it was.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
Wow. Does anybody see a lot?
This is what I was talking about. There's a P-2020 in that one building. This is the field that there's one of those lids somewhere
Okay.
out over
Yeah, I
there.
dropped the RA-45 up top. I'm actually really curious about your box. How much time?
Here's an alternator. Anybody
Yeah,
need
I'd
one
hate
of these
to.
things?
I'd hate to lose the game over going back and seeing if my box is there or not.
Oh shit, you know what? I could fly there. I'll take this balloon and do it. Because if you had a hemlock, I'd like that.
Well, I mean, I got a hemlock out
Oh,
in
I'd
another
like to-
box. There's another
Have
hemlock
that
over
over
there.
this wingman.
There's another one in one of the downstairs boxes that are beside. Oh, here's a hemlock right here.
In flight.
But there's one in one of those down. Yeah,
Oh, here's a
those two
massive, yeah.
downstairs boxes. There's
I
one
don't
in
have
each.
one.
I mean, there's one in one of them.
I don't have one.
Yo, here's an empty bin too, Graham. That's my first one I've opened that's empty.
Oh yeah, you know what? I read that it's the same bin every time, which it quite possibly might
Oh.
be. I kind of remember it being somewhere over in this direction also.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your box is gone. That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't understand. But the hemlock's downstairs in
Yeah,
one of
I
those
got
other
that
boxes.
coming now. That's crazy. Who would have ever? Who would have thunk it? I mean, maybe they looted your shit, and I could have sworn it was there where I was done.
That's what I'm assuming. Because there were two hemlocks downstairs, so I
Oh,
figured
here's
one
the
of them looted it
alternator.
and then y'all
Or
killed it.
or something like that.
I found
There's a
one.
Bernie in here too.
I got like energy ammo and stuff.
So carry around.
I don't know if
Select
that's-
fire.
That's me.
Oh, someone's flying in. Oh, it's
Okay.
yeah. Pulling the old scare everybody routine again.
There's 60 energy.
Optics here. Barrel stabilizer here. Shield cell here.
Yeah, I got two X's
Oh shit, the
already.
wall's here.
Well, I'll take that stabilizer though.
Energy ammo here.
Optics here. Close range.
Yeah, I'm set up for light and heavy. I think I'm gonna
Light ammo here.
skip the Mastiff this game. I have enough ammo for both.
You might need a 2X.
Two already.
Close range.
Rossius. There's another 2X over here.
I'll take it.
Shield battery here. Close range.
Big shield cell.
Oh, I hear shit popping ahead of us a bit. It's a little bit off, but
Big shield. Yeah, I'll take Nuns of those.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Nobody's carrying a
No.
sniper, are they?
No.
Oh, I lied. I do have one of those. Zero, do you have any big shields?
There's a
Somewhere-
blue sniper clip.
Around here.
Yeah, nah, nobody's using sniper.
Oh, I thought you were saying
No,
that
do
was
you
what
have
you
a
had.
big shield?
I do. I got one, yeah, and I got 4 cells.
Because I picked
It looked like they were somewhere
Yeah,
around this rock shooting
75
down.
seconds ago.
Oh, there they are.
Heads up. Got one here.
Okay.
Throw my grenade out. Throw my grenade.
She's under the steps.
Sending out a decoy. Troops
Oh, there's
override.
boxes here. Holy shit.
They ran
Oh, he
away.
climbed up.
Target's right in front of me.
Oh. Caustic trap just disappeared. Oh yeah, they were
see
here
it?
like 13 seconds ago.
Yeah, I just shot it.
Oh, there's the caustic trap.
I didn't even see that motherfucker, yeah.
Oh, they're bringing somebody back.
Oh, they're bringing somebody back.
Enemy spotted.
How did...
Grim, we need your help. There's at least 2
I'm
of them.
coming.
Oh, this is ultimate. I'm gonna fucking die. Fuck.
Oh, goddamn, gas.
Where the fuck are they at? Yeah,
They're over toward the revive thing, but this gas is... That one's down. Oh, he's got a gold. Down the hill.
that's that down guy you're shooting at?
Yeah, because he has a gold shield.
Yeah, okay.
Zero to shield it. Take... Well,
The
yeah,
bitch
take
went
the
down
shit
there
out of mine
somewhere.
if you need to. I don't even know where the closest one is. I won't be able to get back to it. So I got big. I think I got 2 big shields. I don't know if I have any med kits, but I got a bunch of small heals. I got heavy ammo. I got light
okay.
ammo. 3 stacks of both.
Hell yes.
I can see that the ring
I'll give you some heavy in a minute here.
There,
Grim.
I
Just
see them.
pick- Oh,
Oh
okay.
shit, there's more than one. There's more than one. Shit.
You need,
We gotta
you
push.
need help.
Second ring. Shit.
That care package has some sweet gear for us.
What? It's burning me, and I'm... It's not even red on my fucking screen. Ah.
Oh no!
Where-
There's a truck.
Jump down, please.
I didn't make it. I didn't make it.
I'm trying to...
I got fucking heal. I'm gonna go down this hill. Retreat. I gotta heal up and shit. Oh shit! Yeah, we're getting fucked up from above.
got
Yeah,
one
we're
of
in a bad situation. We're gonna move somewhere.
I got this one hurt real bad, and I killed one of them.
Oh my
They're
god!
getting their buddy up. Getting their buddy up right here, dude. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I'm gonna try to revive myself. All right, I'm up.
Oh shit! Who the fuck's that? Oh, they're not on. the team,
Another
that
squad. Another squad, maybe. Oh god, they got me again. Right down here.
dude. Yeah, this dude's still up.
She's gonna put me
top
out.
here, fucking
Okay.
smoking me whenever I step out. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna get banned. I don't like this situation
Yeah, yeah.
at
If you
all.
can get away, get away. Good shit. Awesome, awesome. They're all around. One squad from top 5.
I only got one shield cell left. Yeah, I just hate when there's somebody up top sniping. I just don't even like getting in the fights
No,
like that.
it's
'cause
not
I
a
feel
good.
like I just
You might
get
as well just leave. I mean,
wrecked every time. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's hard to. It's really impossible to fight them almost, you know.
Yeah. Oh shit! Somebody else over there.
Oh, there's somebody right ahead of you too, dude.
I know.
Okay.
I would just, yeah, already getting sniped. I would just run the fuck away as soon as you can.
They're close to you in that field.
And the walls coming in, pushing us through the cave.
I'm down.
God damn. I almost killed that one. I would just run away if you guys can.
Oh shit. No.
Oh,
no.
shit, I thought this was a safe way to run. Fuck.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Fuck, man. Go hide, Zero. Get us like top 3.
I
Alright, we'll
don't know
just
if I can.
do what you can.
I
Just
try. No. Top 5 though.
top 5, dead or alive. Damn, 600 damage and 0 kills. That sucks. At least did you get assists? Hopefully.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Who,
No,
I
me?
had 0. Oh.
You had like over 600 damage and
Yeah, I had a couple.
none of them turned into kills.
Yeah.
That fucking sucks. At least they give you stuff for assists, because they used to not, and it used to really blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally lame not to give you. I think it ought to give you something for a down, because I mean, if it wasn't for their teammates, they'd be fucked.
You gotta just thirst all kills in ranked. Unless you're being actively shot at.
Yeah, most of the time. I try to thirst them most of the time. Yeah, exactly.
I was created for this.
Everything is
I
going
think.
to be great. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Strong work, Hedvin.
Strong work. Hedvin.
What do you say?
Sounds like strong work, headwind, but doesn't exist. So this bear thing I was talking about, he was like a modern day bear samurai with like a hoodie on instead of like armor.
Trying is 55.5%
But
of the battle.
With like what armor?
We're wearing like a hoodie instead of armor.
Losing isn't fun.
And he had 2 like katanas, like samurai swords, sort of things. And but I reworked them today to give him like a more dynamic pose. And I didn't draw the swords on yet, and the way I have him positioned, he looks more like Kung Fu Panda, which is not at all what I wanted to go for.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is a thing. I thought it
Oh,
said-
I gotta come up to y'all's building. I got people all around me.
I got a Mozambique. There's plenty to share here.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll
you
take turns. We'll each pull the trigger once and then swap
know.
out.
Oh shit! They're
Here, you
literally
got
in
a
every
sniper right
fucking
here?
building around us.
I got a
We might ought to
wingman.
go up
Here's
to the
a-
next.
There's your favorite longbow.
Yeah. There's like
there's
in
another
here.
shield. Zero.
I mean,
there's a shield.
they're in here.
I think. I'm pretty sure there was
Okay.
an extra shield.
They're in buildings all around us.
Yeah, right there. And a helmet.
Bunker shields here.
Thank you.
Level 1. Helmet here. Level 1.
So at least we can be sort of protected.
I don't see anybody
Yeah.
in this building anymore.
They were there maybe 45 seconds ago.
Good, good
You're
estimate,
making
41
this up,
seconds ago.
Zero. See,
Is what my footsteps tell
Oh,
me.
nice.
Huh. yeah, people in that next building. Shit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But they're preoccupied shooting shit, so.
See how cool of a
Oh,
wingman
I'm dropping this
shooter I could
Mosam
be.
for this Havoc. So there's a Mosam up here if somebody needs a second gun.
Ah, somebody lob it up into that building. Oh,
There's somebody out here too.
There's another Havoc here. Somebody wants, I'll split the ammo.
Havoc rifle here.
Reloading.
I broke that big guy's shield.
I got
Grenade,
the
grenade.
P2020,
Oh shit, Nate.
and I can give you the bullet for it.
That champion didn't
Yeah.
really intimidate me. Light ammo here.
Take them for my R99.
Sending out my decoy.
Yeah,
they're
they're up
still
on
in
the
this
second
building.
floor. Oh, they're coming down? I heard them for like 80. Oh shit! I was shutting that door so they couldn't shoot me, and I saw your flag and it bounced off the door.
Oh shit.
Got one.
I might add to the confusion. I'm trying to. He's downstairs setting
Oh,
stuff
I
up.
thought-
Oh, he threw that through the window.
Oh fuck yeah.
Oh, you sneaky ass caustic player. Yeah, that was gonna kill me.
Yep, well, that's about all I got.
There's an armor over here. Armor over here.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I'm almost fucking dead.
I'll
dude.
get Joe. There's an armor for you behind you, Grant.
I got 2 shield cells. Oh, we gotta go.
Ultimate, get out of there. Fuck. The last shot was all body. Fucked up. Damn, there's
Here,
somebody
follow
over
me,
by the
follow me.
respawn.
I will assist you.
Yeah, anybody
No.
have any heals? Shield?
There's an armor right there, though.
No.
There's a shirt.
Oh,
I don't have any health heals, so like I am.
That's empty.
This is all I got, right?
we gotta go somewhere. We're being like hunted.
Yeah, here I'll throw us a zip.
How about we
somewhere
just
if I
run out
can.
this back door?
Oh, I
All
can't.
right, I'll
let's just go.
distract them. You do the zip.
It won't
No,
let me throw it.
I went with. I went.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
We're entering care package.
Okay. Okay.
Care package on high.
I just.
I'll work my way around from the
Yeah, I
top.
got more shield shits.
Just gotta patch myself up.
I'm going on the back side to try to get some kind of heals and a better gun.
Alright, there's a care package coming down too that might have like a
Ah.
med kit. Might get lucky.
Shit, there's nothing.
I found 2 more syringes, so I can give you some.
I found a bunch of grenades. Yeah, all this like ammo's taken.
Mass helmets here.
Ah, come on, medkit. Phoenix kit.
Havoc here.
Alright, I got Phoenix kit and 2 syringes.
They're bringing somebody back up. I'd
Shit,
like-
somebody's getting brought back.
Here. Here's all the shit.
Yeah, whatever you want. Take whatever
Anybody
you
have
want
any
to take.
extra?
Yeah, yeah, I
light
just, I
mean,
just
take
stopped the
one
stack
of those.
light.
Light ammo here.
Mastiff.
Taking a moment to heal.
I picked up a Mastiff instead.
Alright, well here, I can
that.
give you my 99 and the light and take the Mastiff if you'd rather do that.
Alright.
Neither you want
No.
that 3x. Excuse me.
Alright, cool. I also have energy ammo, and there's a other thing right there. The big energy gun. There's a Havoc. Oh, there's a flatline here. Oh shit.
Shit.
Making contact here.
Oh,
I hear somebody. Where's the
Where-
flatline at? Yeah, let me get that.
up here.
Shit, I barely have bullets, but I'll have a clip and a half at least. deep in these windows.
Yeah, well, I hear them, but
I
still
thought they
hear
were
'em?
to our left.
They're not here
a
anymore.
second ago I did.
I'm going to the trees.
Yeah, they're either in. They might be in there.
Bamboozles for the fools.
I see a death box over there.
Yeah, they're in there.
Death box.
Yep, you see where they're hiding in there? I threw my decoy in and danced around a little bit.
Throw my grenade out. I am blue hundred. Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
One down.
Downed a hostile on Scotty. Reloading. Reloading. Alright, killed an enemy. Recharge. I think this place needs a little more me.
Oh, there's heavy in here.
Heavy energy ammo here.
I'm putting a Bernie stick in there
Hey.
also.
I could use some light.
Here.
Thank you.
It's like half what I got. I have 60.
That's
so you know that.
plenty. I've got a scout, so that'll it's like 4 clips worth plus my 1. So
Yeah, I only got 3 clips worth of mine.
oh
Oh shit.
oh shit.
Oh,
I don't. Well, here, take a box back.
Yeah, I only have 60 total bullets.
Here.
Got a hop up here.
Cool. Select fire. I already have one. Well, we're doing. I thought we were stuck at one point. Sure.
Light ammo here. R301 here.
Here, I just picked up another box of light. Go ahead and take it.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
where are they? Where are they?
Yeah, I said it.
On top of the
Oh,
roof.
there's somebody right here.
I've hit them for. I've hit one of them for like a lot.
Robots down.
Oh, I can't hide here. Fuck, I'm down. Yeah, we probably should have ran away from that. And they're on the roof.
They're not
and
just on the
Where
roof.
they at?
They're also. Finally, fucking 5
Yeah, there's
shots.
2 where Joe is. Yeah.
Oh, fast guy.
Oh, on Joe, on Joe. He's running fast. Okay.
Oh god, he had a 99.
And down the robot and the raid.
Don't stand a chance.
I thought there was a caustic. I guess we killed it.
on the 99. We downed somebody, but he was still crawling around.
Phoenix gets here.
Oh, still positive. Oh, how did it not give? Okay, it did give you all 4, right?
Go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Me? No, I'm not going for it. I only got 20 points on that.
It's like it flashed gold 4 for like a split second, and then when, maybe it was bronze. It was flashing.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
need
know.
8 more points for gold for.
Oh yeah, then we'll all be going for the gold.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go pee also. BRBs.
All right.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Join me, fellow fighter. Fight strong.
So I like to have a little fun. So what?
You.
Yo. Joe went to use the bathroom too.
Introducing your champion.
No.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
I will choose our location for best.
Knock, knock, who's there? It's me, the Jump Master. Alright, so. What I do. Let's do the poop factory, I think, guys.
This might be a good place to
I
land.
like the poop factory.
Oh,
Battle lies below.
Yeah, we haven't landed there tonight.
You know, the ship's super slow.
Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. It's fucking far.
Yeah, you can make it. Oh, you jumped before we did, right?
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
You jumped before
Bruh.
we did, right?
Now you're going to the same
New
place.
ring is distant.
Yeah.
There's a havoc in the.
That
in the,
enemy. Fucking you. Jesus Christ.
There's a havoc in
Shit
the
out.
bottom of that shit. Where that Mozambique's at.
I got a prowler and a fast
Yeah.
gun. Fast gun. R99.
Level 1.
Light ammo here.
More energy. See, there's just always so much energy. Ooh,
Yeah.
unlock. I'll take that shit. So there's a prowler here. Oh, and there's a prowler there, Jimbo.
SMG here.
Oh, yeah, I already got the prowler. Thank you.
Gotta hop up here. Hammer point.
Attention.
I need another gun. My second gun's a P2020, so I need something better.
There's a Mastiff.
I can give you a 99 and I'll take the Mastiff.
And you said there are hammer points somewhere? Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, did you just find him there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that wasn't you. Oh, I don't know what the
No,
fuck happened
I
to
just
him.
remembered somebody pinged it. I don't know.
Here they are.
Where is Hammer Point? I just saw it in. Okay.
Hammer point.
I think I'm hearing people over here.
Right here.
Yeah. Definitely.
The ring is a far distance. 1 minute remains.
Somewhere over here. Not right there, but they're coming through the hallway.
I have been down.
Oh, they're fucking me up. She's got a shotgun.
45 seconds. Rings a
She's
little
following me.
Shit,
She's right.
that was smart.
Throwing through my grenade. Decoy escape.
One down.
Yeah, how do I get up there?
Oh shit, the Caustic, I didn't see him.
Alright,
Yeah,
you going up
Caustic's up
top.
here with his gas. Oh, there's two of them that are up. Caustic, they're getting, and a Birdman.
Throw my grenade out.
They might have got the third up now.
Recharging shields.
He's. I can't see him now.
Yeah, I think they're getting them up.
He's getting their buddy up.
Shots fired. And they're hitting me.
Oh shit. Two more coming.
Send in a decoy. Wait, how do
Ah,
Try, good try.
man. How the fuck were they already upstairs in the building? We didn't even know. Sounded like they were on the ground to me.
Yeah, there
First
was
heard 'em.
one in the end building on the ground, and I followed her footsteps upstairs. She went up there. But that was the first sign of them that I had, was in that, the last building that like we landed in.
Oh, yeah.
So I like to have a little fun. So what? I just polished my grapple.
badass envelope shredder.
This is your champion.
Yeah, shred those envelopes.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Well,
I just saw this. I'll message it to you after the game.
How about this one? Body
Blue
shield
shirt in here.
level 2.
Is there? Oh, phew. Thought there's not a single gun in this whole diving board, but there is.
Jamie's there. There's a blue shirt underneath there.
Oh, thank you.
Mozambique on fleek, bruh. I'll take this Havoc for now, but I do have a purple bolt and some shotgun ammo. If we find a,
Next ring's far.
First blood.
you know, the cool gun. There's also 16 shotgun bullets there. I can't.
shotgun ammo.
There's a Mozambique and some shotgun ammo in the diving
Yeah, I
board.
got 'em. I dropped the Mozambique.
Champion is video.
If we find a Mastiff, I'm glad to take the Mastiff.
There's a Wang Mang.
Zero leaving med kits behind and shit.
Oh,
Med kits
shit.
and shield cells.
I don't have any.
I was like, gun is priority 1.
Alright, so here, I'm gonna take this Eva for now. I'm dropping a 99. And I got some bullets for it if people need it.
I'd take a box of
I'm
live if
good.
you got it.
I have
from
two
a
301s. Okay.
ammo here.
Yeah.
You guys want to move somewhere? We go left, right?
Yeah. Whatever you're feeling is fine with me.
Let's go this way then. Towards the circle more, I
Get a
guess.
bag and.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Here, Grim. Here's some of this lot.
I have a good amount. I have like 200.
Okay.
So I'm okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mastiff, no Mastiff.
Yeah.
Mastiff, no Mastiff.
There's a bag in there.
Optics
3x.
I'm dropping a 1 to 2.
Optics here. Close range.
There you go. There's a mastiff.
Oh, I just found a double tap for the other gun, but I would rather have the Mastiff, I think. So there's a double tap.
Optics here.
Gotta
Mid-range.
hop up here. Double tap trigger. Shotgun ammo here.
There's more shotgun here too.
Oh, gold sight. I'll put that on my Mastiff.
Rings close.
Here's a purple bolt.
Fudge, yeah, I might have it. Definitely way too much. Oh, definitely not gonna do that either.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
You know that feeling when you're doing really good with the Mastiff and your Mastiff rating?
Mastiff raping?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm raping with the Mastiff.
Rate? Oh, well, yeah, raping is, yeah. I said rating like rating, but raping is more appropriate.
There's people this way, or you want to run in the ring?
Yeah, we're pretty far from the ring, but
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
There's a balloon over
pretty
here.
far.
Too.
Not max. Okay, okay.
Oh, they must be up there. I hear the birds shrieking.
40 feet ahead of us.
Spam to the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy. Ready, set, go.
Oh no, that might be a flying one actually. I see somebody over there.
Oh, there's heavy
Oh,
bullets.
Mark. Thank you.
Somebody in the street.
Compadres, heavy ammo here.
They're going for
Oh
all
yeah,
the
do you
boxes.
want to attack him?
we can attack.
Oh fuck.
Ah! I hit him with the arc star. Oh, he had a bounce pad. He got fucked up though.
Faking him out with a decoy.
I hear him healing up over here
Down-
somewhere.
Oh, good shit.
That's not the fast guy though. The fast
Oh,
guy's
there's two
running
people
up.
in here.
The other two are up here.
There's one there and there's one over there.
Shit.
I am not here to judge.
Goddamn dog shit. How are they hitting me that? Oh, double shot. What? Dude,
Oh, I didn't even kill that race either. She's fucking finished.
These
her off.
kids are
She's probably
shooting-
pinging where we were the whole time too. Shit.
I'm getting killed by impossibly accurate kids with the Havoc, dude. Like they're so far off, and I'm juking around, and they're just staying on me completely, dude. Like there's no error in it. Like they're shooting a laser beam.
Motherfucker.
I don't even get it, man. Maybe if you put like a 2x on that thing, or a 3x, it's really tears kids up. They must have had a sight.
Havoc is a good ass gun.
They were fucking spectacular if they didn't have a sight on it.
You just learn to control it.
Yeah, I just don't see how some kids, like, I can control it after it's been shooting a few rounds and you kind of see where it's going, but like some kids, like the first rounds out of their barrels, they hit you with it and they're just so good with it.
I mean, they would have also been.
I mean, I know I don't use it much, but
You know, so like, it's not like. Boop, boop, boop. You know, it's just like by the time it hits you, because they start pre-firing when they're around the corner, whenever, or when they're. I mean, and so by the time it hits you, it's already at max spin up. You know what I mean?
almost. Yeah.
Harder, faster, stronger. Yeah, this match is gonna be extravagant, that's it.
Yeah, happy New Year.
Have fun, don't die.
Happy ramen noodle time.
Introducing the champion.
Hi, friends. I'm the Joe Master. Please ignore what I'm saying.
I guess repulsor.
I love this part! Ha!
Oh shit, my booster boots came on at a bullshit altitude. Here, Joe, you got. Oh,
Oh,
my god,
spaghetti-o.
there's so many squads here.
First blood.
Joe, you got like.
Dude, there's
more
nothing
than a
but
squad
Mozambiques
landed with
around
you.
here.
Countdown.
You're gonna have to move at my speed to make the next ring.
Yeah, I just got a Mozambique.
I've got no armor.
This is
There's
all
like
weird.
there's two people downstairs.
Oh man, we lost. Send in a decoy. Wait, how do I know I'm not the decoy?
one of them is hurt for 75
Oh, shit.
already. So
Yeah, I shouldn't have tried to fucking fight him with fucking Mozambique.
Somebody next to you was not over.
yeah.
Zero down? Get the fuck out of here. Oh. There's people all the way down the other end of that thing. I don't see how nothing hit any of them.
Yeah, that Mozambique's a bitch sometimes. It spreads so
I
much.
should just look
after-
for a real gun before I went in there.
I got P. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome
Back.
back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
You know, I was on Facebook and it showed an ad for a gaming video creator, or it showed, you know, you might be interested in this gaming video creator here. You can really see her creativity just by looking at her.
Wait, she wanted to do what?
She's listed on Facebook as a gaming video creator.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Create some sort
she's
of
a
videos.
boner
I'm sure.
creator. Yeah.
This is your champion.
A one-fist controller creator.
I'm the jump master. Duh.
Oh, did you mark it? We haven't done mark it yet.
Yeah, sounds good.
I love this part. Ole!
Joe, you should use her picture as like a splash image for your channel. And then like every broadcast you could open it up by saying surprise.
Probably would get in trouble for that. Probably.
Maybe.
I mean, she owns her likeness. So if I'm using it to profit,
Who?
yeah.
Oh, that girl.
Yet it's on my phone. I'm just joking.
Shotgun ammo here.
Mastiff is what I'm trying to mark.
Mastiff, eh?
G7 scout here.
Another Mastiff. Shit, I guess I'll take it for now. Oh, a scout.
Two S's. Fuck.
Somebody getting brought back? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Already? You wanna go
But-
over there?
Yeah, I
There's
gotta go grab that
20
mask.
squads though. That's
Well,
crazy.
yeah, because somebody in that squad still has to be alive.
Oh yeah, one guy
The whole
died.
squad didn't
yeah.
die, just
Yeah.
some of them.
Grim, I'm coming. I'm like
Yeah, I'm
a
gonna have
little
to
way
drop my
behind you
heavy
here.
because there's not enough heavy bullets.
Alright.
Shield cell here.
I also don't have a bag.
Flatline here.
There's a flatline
Yeah, I
in
can
there.
use that.
But I'd definitely rather have that than Hemlock. Oh, I just found another one actually. Sweet.
Yeah, I just dropped that flatline.
Yeah, I guess I'll carry this Mastiff for now.
Alright, where'd they get brought back at?
I hear somebody. Oh, maybe that was just you.
Yeah,
just ran
I
up
see
here,
a little
huh?
bit over here.
Oh, yeah, it's you. Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. She threw her shit over
Yeah,
to the
but
left.
there was
though,
somebody
didn't she?
hopping down the wall.
She's climbing
Yeah.
up this shit.
Oh, okay. There's also one there. Joe, we're going. We're split up. Same village. Same village. I'm coming to you.
All three are over on Joe now.
Oh no, no, not the punch!
God
Damn it.
damn.
I'm changing my damn right click stick thing fucking before we go into another game, I think.
Yeah, man. I use the stick crouches, B melees, and then I use button jumper. I don't know if button jumper changes that
Let me go to
automatically,
bed.
Yeah, let me change my shit.
or and it'll take a couple games to get used to, but then once you get used to it, well, it's just life is so much better.
Yeah, I'm about to do it. Instead of melee, it is that. And... Oh no, hold on. Hold on. What did you swap? What do you swap your right stick to and to
Crouch.
it?
So I swap B and the right stick. They change functions. So crouch is the right stick and B is melee.
Okay. Crouch is. Alright. Jump.
Oh, so my
Okay, cool.
controller isn't actually button
Crouch
jumper.
melee.
Uh,
It's
yeah,
just custom.
Evolved. So evolved is button jumper plus the crouch and melee swapped. So
Oh, okay.
that's-
Okay.
Oh, so,
So
you
what
could-
button is your
could do,
tactical instead of left button?
A. So if you just change the controller preset to button puncher, that would be the same thing.
Oh,
Rather than going-
okay. I just went to the customized and swapped it, but I didn't know I didn't know that was all it was just a
yeah,
button puncher.
looks like
Cool.
everything is the same.
Yeah, I could have killed at least one of those guys if I hadn't clicked my fucking
Yeah, and it's
stick
nice
there.
if you were to accidentally duck, like, one... I don't know about hip fire, but, like... Or I don't know about aim down sights, but hip fire, the accuracy is improved when you're crouched. You become a smaller target. People do it on purpose.
Oh,
But if you were to accidentally do it, like, it can only benefit you.
yeah, and you might even dodge their shot on accident. Oh, let me throw my laundry in the dryer. Oh, we're waiting on Grandma. I'll be right back.
Alexa, play Mercules.
I'm back. You.
I don't know. I should go stand in this pose and take a picture so I can actually see how my body would be laid out. But it's a lot of work. And I don't want to do work,
Word.
Work's for pussies. Speaking of which, I'm like really kind of disappointed in myself. Like every time I think about it, I feel sad because I get opportunities and I fucking blow them on dumb stuff. Either I procrastinate too much. That's usually my problem. I procrastinate so much that like I lose the opportunity. And like,
Yeah, I've been there.
all this time that I'm off and like still getting a paycheck, like I should be doing stuff. You know what I mean? And then maybe if I did that, I wouldn't have to go to work when it's time to go back. I'd have enough stuff happening. But I wasted weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks
could be.
of doing nothing. And like I belong to an art group on Facebook.
Yeah.
Like Art of PA or Artist of PA or something. And the one guy, I looked it up, he's too far really for it to be feasible, but he put a post out like looking for acrylic painters. He's got a project he wants to do collaboration with, where he painted like some abstract stuff and he wants people to use that as backgrounds and paint over it. Or start your own painting and don't tell him anything about it, the theme or the colors or whatever, and let him see it when you go to hand it off to him, and then he'll do something with it. And then he said we'll split everything 50-50, so I guess the plan is to then sell it, which sounds like a really cool idea. And he posted it, and then people were into it, and then he posted again like he's looking for more people. I guess he didn't get the response he was hoping for. But I looked it up. He lives like 2 hours away, so like for me to like go pick up a canvas off him would be pretty ridiculous, I think.
Now, did you say that you paint and he paints the background? Or
Yeah,
vice
either way.
versa?
So he
Or-
has already painted some canvases, like abstract paintings. So he wants to give them to people to use as a background, and then for someone else to paint their style of whatever over top of it, and then as a collaboration, and then try to sell it and split everything 50-50.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Except
cool.
he
Yeah.
lives 2 hours away, so doesn't make sense for me to like go
Yeah,
pick up the canvas.
Yeah.
Maybe the shipping cost for such a short shipment wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, probably light.
I don't know.
Might only be a couple dollars. I don't know. Probably cheaper than gas for sure. And if you do like 10 or 5 at a time, you know, probably bring that average cost per down, you know.
Thank you for the fun fight.
But I thought about it just like a way to get myself out there and to possibly, because he's also posted stuff about like a gallery. It's like a tattoo shop and gallery thing that he like does shows at, and that's where I got the address. I used that address, and I found out it's like just over 2 hours. It's like 2 hours and 10 minutes. So finally got guns.
I got dudes He ran out.
Reloading.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Oh, he's back in. He's back in. Oh, shit,
Somewhere
they're all
right
around us.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
different
I'm
guy.
getting
Even.
fucked up. I don't know.
Where they at?
All around now. There's one outside.
Oh, they're all on me. Fuck.
Got one.
There
Yeah,
we go.
bitch. Triple bitch mode.
Yeah, sucker. That was that massive shit right there. Anybody have any heals? Actually, I have 2 syringes. Anybody
yeah, I
have
have.
any more?
Yeah, here.
But then that's all the heals I got.
Charging on my shield.
I dropped one too.
Oh, I got enough to heal up now.
Well, here, Joe,
That's
I'll
fine.
split. I'll give you
already-
one and take one, I guess. Okay.
Charging shields.
If I die, I die.
Well, that was some sweet teamwork on that squad.
Yeah, I hit in a corner after getting fucking lit up.
Gotta hop up here. Double tap trigger.
Oh, nasty shit.
Gotta hop up here. Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
Oh.
Hemlock here. R301.
So I have an extended light mag. So I should run with. I should drop my heavy and run light, right? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, dropping a wingman.
Oh,
Wingman here.
there's a white bolt over here if y'all
Yeah, I
don't
got a
have
white
one.
one.
Oh, wait. Never mind.
I got one. Oh, a 2X. Yeah.
Here's some ammo.
Gun ammo here.
Oh, I just dropped that wingman.
Go there, sir.
Ship's landing in the desert.
You go over there.
Sure, sure.
Oh, my
Oh,
God,
shit.
no, I almost fell the fucking.
You.
Saw a
you
purple shirt
fast
through the window, and
bastard.
I got too excited.
Yeah.
Fuck, where's it gonna go? It's empty. Oh, this is the first ship. Yeah, there's nothing on here.
Oh, there's a gold vest up here.
Is it what? No way. There's a
Yeah.
gold vest on top. What?
And a caustic trap.
Best part.
Lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
You wanna go through the cave? All right.
Yeah.
It's go time.
Why not let me ping it?
Oh shit.
There's no bad guy.
Oh, this.
Care package being delivered.
I don't know. Yeah, it was weird. It was like the button wasn't fucking working to ping it.
My ping. I don't know if it's this controller. Mine doesn't always work either.
Maybe it is my controller. I don't know.
Energy ammo here. Optics here. Close range. Evo shield here. Level 1. Compadres, heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, we could use some heavy.
Oh, I need the light. Dropped heavy and energy.
Hemlock here.
I miss heavy
Heavy
as well.
ammo here.
Oh shit.
I'm just practicing. No, there's no enemies. Not practicing, but hitting the button and
Close range.
make sure it fucking works.
Shotgun ammo here.
Ah, fuck. I need a light gun, man. I'm trying around all the parts for
There
it.
was a. Yeah, I was gonna say, there was a
301.
301 that I thought somebody pinged.
Ah,
I
perfect.
picked it up. I thought somebody pinged it. First place we landed.
And you already
Yeah.
have a Mastiff, Joe?
Mastiff and a 301.
No
I
shotgun
got,
ammo?
nah, I got 64 bullets. Should be good. Mucho gracias.
That's it. Draw 64.
bullets.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
Oh, that, someone's zipping up. I see somebody over there.
Okay.
They just zipped down from that line, so there could be people in there, but they're definitely crossed over there.
Yeah, he's looking. I've hit him for about 100.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Broke his shield, he's almost down.
Yeah, definitely somebody in that building.
There's avoiding the hurt. And I put it there.
Grim, the one you're advancing on over here is hurt if he hasn't healed.
That dude had like
Yeah,
full
he
purple
down.
shields, that guy. Got him?
Yeah, he healed, I guess. Yeah, we got it. Oh, here, one coming at you. Through the river, through the river. See where I'm firing?
Target over there.
Oh, damn it.
Making contact with enemy. Contact with hostile.
Oh, behind you, too.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought we had one of them. I mean, we had one of them down. I thought we had one of those guys down.
Yeah, the fast guy was down. When they threw the shield, they got him up. The dome.
Oh, fuck. Those dome
Yeah.
shielding motherfuckers.
That's my feelings, I guess. Man, still negative points.
The window of the Thomas.
All right, let's do this. It'll be fun. If not, well, you know, we all make bad choices. You live, you learn. Wanna fly, compadre? Let's fly. I think we're going to do great.
Introducing your champion.
You think you're tough?
Goku.
Try fighting in 6-inch heels.
Trying is 55.5% of the battle.
All right.
Follow the leader. Let's check out over there. Never mind. Forget that.
Victory.
Anybody see anybody land loose?
Nope, nada.
That is a good thing.
Just drop the Mozambique if anybody wants it.
First blood and an enemy back here. Wonderful. Level 1.
Come back there.
Prowler SMG here.
Yeah, I just found actually
Mastiff here.
bullets there.
I'll drop this fever for that shit.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 1.
Yeah, I got a level 2.
In the bag.
Don't need that. Human centipede, go fuck yourself sideways.
Box ammo with that. Wing, wang, wang.
Yeah. No, I think that's it. I think we lose everything.
Oh shit, somebody's right here.
Enemies, enemies.
No shit. Oh, she probably should have flipped. For some reason with the Loba thing, I can't tell if you go on the left or right or, you know, I can't tell what the fuck's going on with it.
Charging shields.
I broke the shield on the robot. There's 2 of them over there. At least. I'm sure it's a whole squad.
Ping them?
Oh, there's
Oh,
more.
they're all the way over
There
there.
are multiple buildings.
Fuck. Yeah. Don't put yourself out in the open, guys.
Going through my grenade.
Nice, broke a shield
There's a
with that.
person with a shield also.
Charging on my shield.
Where's this
In
one
that
you're on,
building
Joe?
right there.
Heads up, we're not alone.
Oh yeah, he's coming out. Oh, you jump padding some
I had to
bitch.
jump right too, bitch.
I hit him once, Joe. He's
Oh,
up
there's
on
2
the
people
roof.
in there.
There's 2 of them down, motherfucking right. Where's the last one at? Woohoo!
That's how
There's all
it
these fucking boxes.
goes.
There was just like 3 of them.
So
there.
somebody
I only
else?
see one box.
Somebody
10
else?
seconds.
Somebody else is alive, guys.
Yeah.
Charging on my shields.
The 3 people just died here. Where are they all at?
It's a different squad, I guess. Oh no, maybe
Yeah,
not.
because he had to be.
Yeah.
No.
There's a select fire.
Select fire.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Shit!
guys-
Shit!
oh,
are you
shit,
guys
don't
hearing
know.
me? 3 people died
Yeah,
right
there's-
here. I
there's
only
still
see one
people
box.
here
Anybody
alive.
know what
There's
happened?
more
There's still
enemies.
people
There's
shooting.
more enemies. From the roof of the next building.
Yeah. He's almost dead.
There's a fire grenade.
Oh, up here still. I'm getting executed up here. I'm getting executed on the roof.
Oh, you mastiff using cocksucker. Oh my god. This guy's got a mastiff. He's executing it.
Whoa! How are there 2 people? I could have switched. Oh, fuck. Maybe there was. I guess it was. I don't know. I thought when I first got up there was somebody crawling and only 1 person up. God damn it.
Yeah, it was 2 squads, hell. Well, you getting the worst luck at the beginning of the game, get pinched like that. I guess we do it to other kids too, though.
Yeah, man, that's how the game be played.
'Tis the game. Oh no. Oh, okay. I'm almost back down to gold 4. I keep losing points every game. I still got 3 points extra. I'm good for now.
Yeah, I now need. I needed at one point. I needed 8 to get the gold. I now need like 70.
Yeah, I think I lost more than that. I think I lost like maybe 200.
Oh yeah, it costs almost double to get into the game of gold.
I think it is double. I think it's 12 and 24, right?
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
Oh, it's 14 for gold.
The girl with the cold hard cash is always Miss Right.
I just hope I don't have to fight with that smiling robot. I'm just kidding. He's fine. Everyone's fine.
This is your champion. I don't fear anything. Can you say the same? I'm the jump master. You're falling for me already. I like this spot.
Let's do it.
Rig it up.
Let's find something good.
It's at least one other squad going here, I saw.
Okay, I'm gonna land at the other end of that building you pinged. Yeah, they're in these bins. Got one of them.
Alright. Be coming 1 second.
Yeah.
Got another
Oh,
one
somebody's coming up to me.
Or I think 2 of them are coming. Yeah, Grim, they're coming in here.
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah. No, I don't have anything to say, Zero.
Enemy
Um,
killed.
I just found
I'm,
Reloading.
yeah, just saying be ready to fight. I don't know
Yeah,
exactly where they're at.
I'm coming. Just
up there. There's a couple up there.
Okay.
Don't drive in position.
oh, that didn't work. I don't know, like 20 feet. Alright, I need to
Go
heal
up
up.
here. You motherfuckers.
Yeah, sure.
How do I catch up? There's an empty blue shield up in the center.
How about this way?
We're already committed.
Hold on, I need to heal.
There's somebody either in this building or on
This
this
guy's hurt
building.
real bad with the 9.9. Oh, there's one on the roof.
Enemy down.
Last one on the roof, guys.
He hopped off. She hopped off. Oh, there's still 2 of them here.
Oh,
Behind
sorry,
us,
I thought it was
behind
the last one.
Squad down. Now, let's see what they left us.
Oh, yeah, I got sniped from up on
Yeah,
that plateau. Yeah, right, you see him, or Joe sees him.
Pass myself up.
Joe, he was to your left. He was straight down the fucking yeah, that shit.
Oh, there's more than one. There's more than one. Just all the bullets.
Oh, and there's a low
Oh,
up
no.
top here too.
Reloading.
Yeah, you guys might want to exit out the rear. I don't know. The whole squad there. 3 on 2.
Yeah, we probably want all this stuff in our boxes though. Oh, I'm fucking stuck. God damn.
Man, they're fucking me up.
Yeah, that would be me fucking on my Zion. God damn it. Yeah, just escape if you can, Joe. They're fucking chasing
Full
the
blue armor
fuck
there,
out of
Joe.
me.
That's the empty blue armor I was telling you about up there.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, you're running that way. Shit.
I need to get the fuck out of yeah, I have no fucking
Yeah,
health
neither do I.
left. And I don't have any close fucking guns. But we got Zero's thing, so
Oh,
let's
this.
just roll out. There's a zip line over here we can use. Then we can fly away too.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Ooh, we have a new killer.
And we can bring back
I
Zero
can't
over
wait
there.
to meet them.
Yeah, and the storm's gonna be pushing them. So they're probably gonna run straight in and not come to us.
One sec, healing up. Bamboozled.
Joe, didn't
Yeah,
you get a
they
Phoenix kit?
shit. Yeah.
You need to heal.
Try to grab some shit.
There's 2 syringes I just found in here. We gotta keep moving. Here's some more syringes. We can heal. Yeah, I'm gonna drop them once we get in here. I'm gonna try to loot this place fast. I'll drop it right here. There's the syringes. You see where I dropped them? Right over that wall.
Yeah.
I tried pinging it, but it didn't work.
You. Oh, yeah, there's purple stuff in these bins, Zero. You should loot. Yeah, there's 2 purple in there. There's light ammo over in the other bin over there. There's heavy and a hemlock here.
Hemlock here. Heavy ammo here.
Oh, Hemlock, hell
Purple
yes.
Here. Oh,
Oh my god, we gotta go so far, dude.
Healing.
something purple over here. Is it a vest? Is it a... Not a fucking sight.
People are fighting over that way, but it's far enough away.
I am ultimately once we get to an area that's not looted, we can just steal all the loot.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Optics here. Close range.
Blue heavy mag. I grabbed for the-
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Oh, hell yeah, y'all.
Backpack here. Helmet here. Eva shotgun here.
I don't know what kind of gear you need.
Dude, I could have. Man, I thought I had. Oh, another blue heavy mag. Oh shit. Wall. Yeah, I mainly, right now, mainly need heavy ammo.
Heavy ammo
It
here.
was heavy in there.
But yeah,
I would carry it, but I'm full. There's more heavy there. More syringes.
oh yeah,
I'll just grab some. I'll grab it. We can split it.
Fuck, and we got hook all the way around this shit.
Okay.
More syringes.
Yeah, if you have room, please take them. I've got shield cells to give you if you need them.
I'm gonna go into this building over here. Oh, there's somebody in here! Motherfucker!
Oh shit.
Decoy escape. There's one.
Don't go in that building. Fuck yeah,
Okay.
my right ping button's getting fucked up. Not working good.
Oh hell. God damn it. She's right on that corner running up to execute me.
Contact with target. Contact with target.
She's gonna kill me, Joe.
Just us now.
And our teammates got me.
There's 2 of them.
3 of them.
There's a whole squad. Trim, you might want to book. Yeah. Good going, good going.
Damn, I thought I had my fucking prowler out. I did not. God damn. I would have had him with the first clip, so I had a purple clip on the prowler, none on the other guy. Fucking sucks.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 3.
Top 10, that's key.
Grapple locked and loaded.
I'm looking for someone special to take out.
This match is gonna be extravagant, that's the word.
This is your chance.
I'm the jump master. You're falling for me already.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Poop factory redo.
Here we go. It's a long drop.
Factory
Fun.
Redux.
Right.
Yeah.
People are landing here.
I don't know if they're landing here. Somebody. Oh yeah, they're on the far end of it.
Hit me.
Oh, what the fuck? Haha, I just got an AFK kid. Kid.
I hear by these
Enemy there.
running towards you then.
Reloading.
I don't have a gun yet.
Got that bitch.
Alright, I'm coming.
Took first blood. I don't
Two
hold
down.
back.
Oh, he's around here, guys. Oh, there's... Okay, 2 squads on us, I guess.
Time to get a
Send
short.
a decoy. I killed it.
Oh yeah, there's a caustic trap right in there.
Oh, going up the balloon.
Look out, grenade.
Oh, shit.
Reloading.
See where they went? Or they just did a jump?
No,
They
I
went-
had to jump
they
because I
went
got
that
hit
way.
by a grenade.
Like to the
Come with
north.
me. Over here.
No bamboozle.
We're still gonna loot. Are we chasing them?
Whatever you guys want, I'm...
Reloading.
Getting hurt over here.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
One sec, healing up.
guess.
19
Guess we're
bullets
losing.
with my heavy.
Attention. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
How does a master?
New kill leader.
You need a
Interesting.
bag.
I haven't seen any heavy ammo yet.
I
Flatline
think
here.
they're gone.
Heavy ammo here. Extended heavy mag here.
I'm swapping flatline for this. If you want, yeah. I mean hemlock.
Oh yeah, I'll take that shit.
God damn it.
Ring's close. One more minute.
How does heavy ammo here?
Heavy ammo here. Never mind. Flatline here.
The ring is in close proximity. Less than
How
1
do you
minute.
get up
Steps
there?
on the
Stabilizer
back.
here. Level 1. Heavy ammo. Backpack here. Level 1.
Yeah, I could use that.
Barrel stabilizer here. R301 here.
30 seconds remain. The ring is nearby.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Were you not? Did you not ping that heavy ammo, Grim?
here.
There's a couple stacks of it.
Healing.
You can have box. I'll just put it with you.
I saw two. Oh no! Get. I'm talking about up here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Here.
talking about up here. There was like 2 stacks or something.
We're all outside.
Yeah,
the
there's
ring.
3
No,
boxes. There you go.
Death is coming our way.
Yeah, good, thanks.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. G7 scout here. Optics here. Mid range. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2. Heavy ammo here.
Syringe here.
Heavy ammo here. Careful. Pop up here. Precision. Heavy ammo here.
I got a U sight, Grim.
Cool.
Optics here. Close range.
Thank you.
There's more heavy
There's a stack
upstairs.
of light right there.
Light ammo here.
Cool.
Man, I dropped 27 light right here.
Shield cell here. Arc star here.
Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
This place has been looted. This building.
Was the one you were in,
No.
looted, Joe?
Level 2.
Oh shit! From
Oh,
this shit?
Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
Zipline deployed.
Oh no, he's from the diving
Yeah, I thought
board.
those were the
Shit.
thing.
Yeah.
No, I thought he was maybe up on this big rock in the middle of us.
Optics here. Close range. It's bamboozling.
Oh, somebody pinged us.
Alright, are we all together in this building? I'll do my ultimate and see if we can get some loot
About to be.
from around here.
Open up shop and shut him down. Heavy ammo here.
Using the
301.
Is there a prowler? No.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll grab my 2. Oh, they're just.
They're rushing
postals.
us. They're rushing us.
Taking them out with a decoy.
Oh shit! Fuck!
Shooting at me.
They're shooting from the roof.
Oh, where's that coming from? The roof?
Healing.
Yeah, hop on down in here, big boys. What the fuck? Coming around on us here.
Yeah, I got time to get him.
Damn.
Yeah, they're in the fucking ceiling too. God damn.
Sons of the bitch.
Yep.
Oh shit. Wait, what? That's. This is not today. No, where's today's live stream? Why did my monitor just go off? What's happening here? I didn't realize I didn't have Facebook's thing up. I'm having all types of technical difficulties over here.
Technical difficulties.
Either you're with me or you're against me. Or you're with me and against me, because that happens sometimes. You and me, friend.
The girl with a cold hard cash is always Miss Right.
Introducing your champion.
I'm not a pawn. I'm here to break the game.
I'm the jump master. Don't worry, I'll take care of you.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Do a little market.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
All right.
Something good there? Never mind, forget that. How about this way? I'm gonna cancel that.
RE45
Body shield here.
flying high and
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Yeah, I can use that. Great. Already.
First blood.
Hop up here. Double tap trigger.
Back here. I'm gonna cancel that. Mastiff here. Mastiff here.
dropping a wingman for it.
There's mastiffs everywhere.
Yeah, they're so good when they work right.
Yeah.
Where was the bag? Remember?
In that room, I think.
Mm,
Find something good here.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's what I
okay.
think.
Yeah, here it is. Thank you.
Oh, purple bolt.
Stock here. Level 2.
Just what I
Are you
need.
dropping a bolt?
No. You running with a shotgun?
Yeah, got an Eva. Oh shit, the ship landed right here.
45 here.
I might get a little hectic.
Oh shit, I'm coming.
Let's go
That's
here.
not. That's that.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
Oh yeah, ship's popping off. Are we pushing the ship? Or are we?
Check. Shotgun ammo here.
Shotgun shells here. Level 2.
I just got rid of my Eva.
Maybe take a
Yep.
peek at the ship. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do.
Wherever all this is going sounds fun.
Oh shit! I have light ammo. I don't need.
Light ammo here.
I don't think it's on the ship. It's on the ground around this
Precision
corner.
show.
Okay.
Oh shit, yeah, I only have 60 heavy and 60 light.
That's enough for a fight.
Yeah, well, that's why I was going back to grab that, so I could use it.
Yeah, this is looted. There's Bernie stick up there.
Frag grenade here.
You serious people
The
fighting?
dudes are. Yeah,
Right there.
they're in here.
Okay, I'll grab this then. I thought you were coming out. Okay, got it.
Oh, coming at you, Grim.
My grenade out.
Up on the rock. Wait, he didn't get up. He's right there. No, two of them right down here. No, one was a decoy.
Reloading. Something like that.
Up top, through the window.
Threw my grenade out.
Somebody's flying in on us.
Nice, got him knocked down with it.
Hit him from
On
120.
the
Okay.
fucking roof, they're fucking me up.
Nice.
My shield to recharge.
From across the street, someone was...
Bamboozling.
Steps!
Kevin.
Wait, no, I don't know where they are. I hear them running.
Look at you.
Shit, come on, bullets.
Roof, I think. Also, this door, top
Oh, Goldie.
steps.
Shit. Oh, I just swapped for a fucking. I just gave up a shield. Took an empty shield like a dum dum. Alright.
Shit. Roof of the other building.
Oh, roof of this building.
Shit, they're up top there.
I gotta heal. Zero even shield. Okay.
Oh, wrong thing. Shit.
Stop.
Yeah, there's fucking 3 people all right in here.
Yeah, we just kept getting pinched and
Right.
pinched. We were slaughtering fuckers though pretty well.
I mean, I don't think I killed anybody.
Well, I think I had low damage and 2 kills, so I must have just finished 2 guys with that shotty that you almost had killed or something, or both of you almost had killed.
Yeah, I got 2 assists.
Damn.
Oops, wrong.
Still negative.
Let me see. I don't have enough to unlock that. Gonna unlock the quarantine wraith skin, but I don't got enough crafting materials.
It's late, I'm not in bed.
Yeah, good night, babe. What's
I
up?
didn't shower, so I got wake up at like 8:15.
8:15? Alright.
Alright, crazy. Night, night,
Goofy! What's up, Bono? Come here. Come here. Come here. I want to eat. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy.
I know what you're looking for. I'm in.
I'm ready for this. I am so ready for this. I am extremely ready for this. Are we ready? I just promised my grandma.
Introducing your champion.
Sophie, you're not that hungry. You don't need to like straight chicken with this. I'm giving it up. Straight to the
I'm starving. Oh,
Where one
shit.
goes, yeah.
Oh,
Here?
artillery. Yep.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Come on. Come on, you fucking prick. I was gonna fucking finish that shit, jerk off. Fucking licking my plate now.
Fucking jerk off.
Dude, there's no way you're that hungry.
Oh, yeah, yeah, lick your fucking food.
Someone's like on the fucking roof with me.
First blood.
Look, there's like a med kit like on a pipe.
Shit.
Are they right here, Zero?
There's not two guns
No,
down
he
here,
was
are
just
there,
like a
Joe?
black shadow. That was super weird.
I have no gun. And the gas.
He's still in the gas?
He keeps throwing traps. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I downed him, but I don't know what the fuck was shooting me.
Fuck. Oh, goddamn.
He's the best right here, yeah. Keep that.
Oh, I'm not completely out of bullets now.
I downed an enemy.
I need to execute him to get my shields back.
Okay, do it, do it. Oh, execute him.
Someone want to get me up?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a. I'm seeing. I can get a gun out of this bitch's.
I got him.
Coming,
We
coming.
got this.
Somebody else
There's,
is
Yeah, there's a
fighting.
gun. Havoc, maybe?
Ah.
I forget. Maybe there's a Havoc.
No, there's nothing at all in there.
There
There's a
wasn't.
shirt at least.
He definitely has 2 guns.
Do you not have a gun, Grim?
I have a Mozambique. That's it.
Yeah, I have a flatline that has no bullets, and I have a Mastiff that has 10 bullets.
I got a 2020 and a Spitfire with 10 bullets. That
Up over here is not leave it. This
Supply bin here.
yeah, we probably ought to go there because we're probably going to get fucked
Yeah.
if we don't. There's a 45, Grim.
I'd pass. I'll just hit the next win.
Ring's close. One more minute. Seconds. Ring's not too far. I'm okay with
diving board doesn't look looted.
Oh, good shit.
I need shotgun bullets. No, oh, there's some heavy, finally.
Hemlock here.
Actually, I'm gonna drop the flatline for the hemlock, so there's a empty flatline here if somebody
Flatline
wants
here.
it.
Go for it.
Shit, there's like nothing fucking here.
Good, we're inside.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I got a couple spikes. Bag and a Bernie stick.
Longbow DMR here. Longbow DMR here.
No heals.
I just found 2 syringes,
Nah, you-
so I'll give one of y'all one of them. Oh no, hey, I'm wrong. I got one
I
for
just
each
found
of you.
syringes.
Heads
I'm
up.
good. And a blue bag.
Okay, here you go, Grim. Here's 2.
Got a hop
Come
up
back
here.
for that.
RE45 here. Energy ammo here.
I hear somebody. Somewhere, I don't know where, but
Okay. Watch out, Opie. Get out of here.
Myself up.
Yeah, they're in.
Any
They're,
guns
they're in the
around here?
fucking bunker shit. Here's a Spitfire.
yeah,
Oh my god! Oh my god! Joe, can you zip back up?
I got the flat line, but it was
I
completely
told you
empty.
that was empty. I told you the flatline over by the bins over on the left side there? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm surprised. I'm just saying that's all, you know. Fish out my nose and beak for it.
How many times do I have to fucking shoot you with a shotgun? I got a gold shield if I can get in here and heal. No, just got a fucking buddy in there. Damn.
Motherfucker right beside you.
Opie, get the fuck out of here. Go lay down. Alright, I gotta feed him. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Maybe we just play regular. I feel like we're we're doing good at ranked
I'm
tonight.
already up and I
Might
gotta
be more
pee.
fun to just play regular.
Yeah, either one's fine.
I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Alright. How many times a day you have to
You
feed
feed
him?
him twice a day, but he doesn't even want the food I just gave him. He just wants to be a dick. We feed him like
Well,
Just one of the
yeah.
body.
Neither one really eats food in the morning. So we feed them. We mix wet food and dry food. So if they don't eat it and it sits, it'll like get all nasty. So we feed them around like
Yeah.
2 to 6, you mean, and then like 10 o'clock. So. But yeah, so he's banging around that dish. He's trying to eat out of my plate. So I fill his thing with dry food, because if he's not going to eat all of it, then we're going to waste the wet food. It's going to get all nasty, and they won't be able to eat it in the morning. But he hasn't touched the dry food.
Come on.
No.
So he's just like banging the bowl around because for no reason.
I was spending the night at a friend's house when I was a kid, and I'd brought like a frozen pizza for the 3 of us, and like I left mine on the coffee table to go look at something with them in another room, and their fucking dog came and snatched like all three of my fucking pieces of pizza.
Bastard.
And you were traumatized enough to use like a story for you.
Whatever. Oh, this is the best part.
That's right. That's right.
And they
I love my
didn't
pizza.
share some of their pizza with you?
I can't remember. I kind of think they
And
didn't.
you were sleeping over their house and you had to provide the food? Like, you didn't feed you?
I think I brought the pizza. I think I brought. Maybe it was theirs. Still assholes.
Yeah,
though.
like, either way,
I'm not friends with them any longer. If that tells you anything.
I don't talk to that motherfucker. He didn't give me his pizza.
Alternator here.
I wouldn't talk to me either.
RE45 here.
Pizza greed, bitch.
Ooh,
Really ass
skull?
pizza
Yes,
bitch.
Already inside.
Did you guys
Yeah.
land on the tippy top?
Someone get the party started.
Yeah.
Alright.
Tippy top is empty. I'm gonna skip the mast of this game. I think I haven't been doing wonderful with it like I was. So
Yeah, you almost have to be like in a fighting in. It's real close quarters, super close quarters.
RE45 here.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
I'll take that.
Flatline here.
There's a mastiff here.
now I'm
Need a
done
jump.
with the mastiff for this game.
I'm done with it.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I haven't
You
doing
got a purple
wonderful
ball.
with
I
it
don't know,
like I
man.
was.
There's an Eva too, if you want to experiment with it.
That heavy mag still over there?
Yeah, it was.
I picked up a white one over here. I don't know if that
Yeah, I
was
think
what
that's
you're.
the one I pinged. I'm dropping this flatline.
Flatline
I was gonna take it, but I got a scope here, so I'm gonna go with the wingman. So I'd like to get rid of the RE45 for a rifle.
So,
So the heavy mag, I think Zero picked it up. He picked up a white one.
Oh, did you dibs that, Grim?
yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh no, you can have it. You
I
can
just
have
don't
it.
want to
I didn't know
look
you
for
dibs
it
it.
if it's not there. No, you keep it. You got it.
I thought you dibs the select fire.
I just saw it and I
I
saw
did
it and
both.
picked it
Select
up. I
fire
didn't-
and the light mag.
Okay. Yeah, I only heard
umbrella.
one, and it was right after the select fire, so that's why I assumed.
Where do you guys want to go?
I don't know.
Ah.
You can zip across the river.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
That's cool with me. If you
I
guys
think
want
there's
to
something
try
blue
it.
in that house. I
Let's
saw through the
explore this way.
window. I can't tell though.
It's dupes o'clock.
Grappling.
Gosh, I wish I'd get rid of that fucking siren when the circle closes. There's a blue heavy mag for you.
Cool, Shingyo.
Yes.
Flatline here. Thermite grenade here. Care package coming in.
I'm dropping a Spitfire if that makes you happy.
Spitfire here.
You want that flatline Grim? I thought nobody wanted it. So.
No, I got Prowler Select-Fire.
Does anybody want that level 1 stock?
No.
I'm carrying one for when I find like a light gun rifle.
Yeah, I'm looking for something that takes a stock.
Oh, there's a
Shit
barrel
is
stable.
popping like in this next
Oh,
town.
there's more.
Barrel stable. Extended light mag here. Level
I
1.
guess I'm gonna get rid of the RE45 and go with the Scout until I find something better.
Going down at that place.
This way.
Joe's considerably behind us.
And a care package just dropped. That's kind of far.
So I grab this clip. I can wraith my way over.
Placing a portal.
Yeah, I'm staying stealth for a minute
People
here.
have been here.
I-
I just could use some optics.
Heavy mag here.
I feel like with this many squads, maybe even after the fire stops, we ought to give it just a sec and see if yet another squad comes in to pinch the victor and then pinch them. Us be the fourth party.
Shotgun ammo. Big med kit.
I've got a Phoenix
What do you
kit.
want to do? You want to go over there?
Sure, yeah. Do whatever. I'll take that big mid kit
I
if
need
nobody wants it.
Now they're fighting over there and over there.
Oh yeah, I saw somebody climbing up that wall. Oh shit,
Oh shit.
they
Yeah, there's
see us
people
up
fucking
above us
everywhere.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of need a better position, I think.
Yeah. You want to go around the back where that bird is or something?
Sure, yeah.
Are you talking about like to the west, to the northwest, or are you okay?
Like-
Okay,
This way.
I see.
Alright, so yeah, we gotta cross the street and
At
come
least
back
we'll
to you.
hopefully not have anybody behind us.
We were on the other side of the street. On the way.
Look for optics real quick. That would help a lot.
Oh yeah, that would be cool to have some kind of zoom.
Oh, I'll take that. I'm gonna drop these.
Optics here. Close range.
Cool. Alright, see where it's at? And there's also somebody on the right bottom of the building.
Yeah, I think they're right below Grim and me. Oh, okay, okay.
There's
Oh,
more.
he jumped off. Fuck. Yeah, they're also up top there. Yeah. Oh, you probably already said that.
And in that window.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Yeah, I nicked the guy in the window.
It's dupes.
Oh shit. Oh!
Where are
I
they?
didn't know you could fire down from up top. In the window up top.
It's not safe here.
Joe. Oh, never mind, never mind.
Burn the shit out of the person that was firing from up there. And he's down.
Enemy down.
His Wraith is almost dead. On, coming on, he's down. Got her.
In the next ring.
And I'm down downstairs.
This won't hurt. Hold on.
Is there anybody
Nah, I
else?
think that was the whole squad.
Yes.
Somebody just threw a Bernie.
Yeah.
Recharging my shields.
There's plenty of loot up here.
Sounds better in my mind.
Throwables. Trouble.
Shield here. Level 2.
Arc Star here.
Here we go. Oh, yeah,
Somebody's
here's
coming.
somebody.
They're stealth mode.
To the... Bam! I'm running out of ideas. Tombstone clock.
I'm gonna take a look around.
I'm taking his Eva shield, so there's a purple shield there.
I hear him out
Over
back.
there.
Level 3.
Over there. Oh, there's a shirt right there. I'll get it after this. You see where that? Where I pinged?
No.
I don't. I see the. Oh, yep.
Right by that truck.
Got one of them.
Yeah, he turned right to the box.
I only saw one. There
Turned
could
right
be
to the
more.
box.
Yeah.
Phoenix kit here. Up. Syringe here.
Recharging
Uh,
shields.
I might hear somebody else. Maybe not.
Anybody have a big shield battery they can spare? I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't.
Shield battery.
I don't even have one.
No heavy in all this shit, huh?
Extended.
Wow.
Optics here. Close range.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory. Smells like... Man, what was it? Oh well.
Attention. Immediate care package.
5 other squads.
How do I know I'm not the decoy? Check it out. Care package coming in.
That's a
Might be
new
something
site.
good this way.
You probably have sights.
Optics here. Close range.
Yeah, I got them. I got
Yeah.
some in the box.
Grim Joe just dropped me a box of heavy that I
No,
can
it was only
spare
6
for you.
bullets.
A what?
Oh, okay. Well, here's 16. Here, I'll drop you a box.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
An odd number. Oh shit. Yeah, I can carry a throwable. Yeah, I couldn't find a light rifle,
What do you
so I
wanna
had to
do?
switch to a heavy rifle. Wherever, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if anybody's in market. They would have probably attacked
Yeah,
if
I
they
mean, that's where
were.
we were. Oh, right in front of us.
Right there.
Right here, right in front of me.
Shit.
I think this place needs a little more...
And then you fuck me up.
Oh, goddamn! He's way up there on that rock.
Shit, getting fucking smoke from every fucking direction. They lobe it.
Yeah, a guy got
I don't
way up
know.
on a
Somebody's
rock.
up on that fucking rock up there. Good.
Yeah, he fucking must have zipped up there. That was dog shit. He basically killed all 3 of us. That one fucking guy, pretty much.
Yeah, we got
Because
stuck
of
in
that
cover
position.
Right there.
Dude,
Yeah, I didn't know even there was a rock you could get
yeah,
up
I got
on
killed
that,
by the Mirage.
right there. I'm
Fuck me up.
made 31.
I hit him
points,
with
though,
one
so
bullet
it's-
for 22
yeah.
damage, and he did like 155 million damage to me.
100 million.
But he's good. He's good.
Wow.
FP, I'll be right back.
Super close to gold now. I need 1 point to go gold. We're gonna lose the next like 17 games. Yeah.
You need 1 point.
So it's 14 to enter. 1 kill will give me 10. So I need at least 2 assists right off the bat.
I think we got
I know I
this.
was like 8 points from gold, and then I was back down to like
So
70 points.
yeah, I just made it back to gold 3. Exactly. Just right on the dot. I have no extra points in gold 3. But yeah, so all you need is what, 1 kill and 1 assist, or 2 of something. That'll get you in the positive,
At
right?
least 2 assists right off the bat. So I'm thirsting kills.
I'm back.
Let's pick the right way and go.
Let's have fun, friend. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I am afraid. I'm really afraid. Just kidding, nothing scares me.
Introducing your champion.
Thomas, I won't.
Oh shit. Where? Oh, it's way far away, I guess. Let's do this salvage shit or whatever it's called.
Alright.
I look like, oh shit, I like aborted. Fuck, I just put myself in a terrible position. It looked like both of these were going up here, so I boarded to go low, and then I saw Zero was going where I was going, so I tried to go back up, and then I just like ended up nowhere around any guns.
You're saying mistakes are made.
That's not what I'm hearing.
First blood.
Heavy mag here. Level 1.
Armor out here, Grim.
Mid-range.
Champion out. Backpack here.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Prowler SMG here.
Mastiff here. Heavy ammo here.
I have an extended sniper mag here. Level 2.
Oh, 2 blue shirts, boys.
Body shield. Body shield here.
Ooh-wee.
R301 here.
Joe, are you using the power glove again?
The what?
The power glove? The NES Power
Yes.
Glove. You seem to be having a little trouble with that door. I just thought maybe you had, you know. I mean, it's so bad.
It's actually
I think
phenomenal.
somebody shut that bird down.
I mean, bad, you know.
Like, bad, like Michael Jackson bad.
Like they say on.
Did you say there was a
Yeah.
prowler there?
No, there was a
it's
prowler
Select fire
somewhere.
that someone pinged earlier. Was it?
I think it was that building.
Let's go this way.
Bamboozles for the foolsholes. Loud and clear.
There were people in market, so just watch it. They might be out here somewhere.
Alright. In one of these buildings on the
Yeah.
end, you think it was?
Pretty sure.
Not there.
I pinged it when I first landed.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Here it is.
Prowler SMG here.
Cool, thank you.
Were you guys over here? 'Cause these doors are open.
I
Yeah.
don't think I was in there. No, I know I wasn't.
Care package being delivered.
I bet that care package has some sweet gear for us.
Hemlock here.
Doing something this way.
Over there.
Okay,
Oh, you know what I wanna
little
check out?
behind you.
While we're not in a fight, I want to go inside the skull.
Someone's got to take out the new kill leader. They're too cocky.
Okay.
How do you get in there?
Oh, there's a
from
purple
up here.
nest. Alright, that.
Oh, is
no,
that like
just,
a loot
just a
pile in there?
vest.
Just a vest.
Did a
You
dead
can
end
fall
or
out.
can you fall out the other side?
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Okay, this is looted as well. I only got 60 heavy bullets.
Here's
Maybe
20.
some.
I'm not carrying a heavy.
Yeah.
Ammo here.
I can't come with this fucking thing.
Oh,
I'm stuck.
right here.
I'm stuck.
Motherfuckers are here.
Okay.
Stuck.
Sending
Okay.
out a decoy.
Where are you guys? Where are you guys? Okay.
He's running away.
Spotted one.
Yeah, I can't shoot him. He's far away.
Yeah, his squad's over
Yeah,
there.
I don't have a zoom. Okay, okay. I can't effectively do anything to him from this range.
Yeah, me neither. There's that heavy, Joe.
Now. Ooh, seals.
There's two or three of
that's
them.
all.
Might be going for the respawn.
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, we better get together.
Which respawn? The one ahead of me?
I'm following Joe here.
No, the one that they
Oh,
were
they're
running
running
through.
through the. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
you mean
running
there's one
through
over
the
there? I
crack
don't see
over
another
there.
one.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, they went
Yeah.
through that crack. I didn't see that.
I mean,
I
there's a
don't
respawn
know.
right here.
So this one up here on.
Oh, wait. I thought I saw. Okay. I thought I saw someone duck behind that truck, but I guess not.
Bam. Guess I'm running out of ideas.
shit wells right here.
Some death boxes. Probably have nothing in them.
I need optics.
I got 2
Yeah.
more, that's it. But I would definitely keep my eyes open.
Extended light mag here. Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Wall's about to hit. It's just round 1. But...
Bamboozles for the foozles. Yeah, I said it.
Oh. I'm picking up a circle shot for you.
Go.
Up there, people right here. Other side of this wall. Up there, people right here.
Shit.
Shit.
Yeah.
Fucking up the 220.
God damn, I can't get anything.
Reloading.
Oh my god damn.
Oh, this fucking trap stopped me from sliding in. Oh. Fuck.
I gotta go to the damn firing range for that.
Yeah, I tried to slide in master from but he threw his trap and I was like, I got started to inflate, so it stopped me and just fucked everything up.
Let's displace here.
Yeah, I gotta switch something up. Something is not working here for me.
Get ready. There's an enemy.
Yeah, I'm not playing good today either.
Yeah, me neither.
And you know what? I didn't do the firing range today. I bet that's part of it. I played the quest twice. No firing range.
Yeah, I feel like while I'm in the firing range with that Havoc, I do okay with it. But damn, I'm fucking suck. I mean, I've had good games with it, but I'm just sucking with it tonight. Just terrible.
Yeah, I'm just. People just aren't seeming like they're getting shot to death when I'm playing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, same here. That's the problem. They're not dying.
Just not dying.
You and me, friend. Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time we do some fighting.
Each choice changes everything.
You want advice? I'll give some advice. Shoot first.
It's time. I'm the jump master.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
I'm gonna give it up to.
I'm currently at the top of my game. Get it?
Ham.
Want advice?
When you swap the jump, the crouch button, it freaking swaps the button to push for giving it up too. But it stays the same.
Seems like
in the
you're having a
menu.
little trouble giving it up.
Yeah, like so that's weird where it chooses to swap it.
Oh shit, I realize we're doing shit.
There's a oh
There's
no!
definitely other people on
There's
here.
a dude
Yeah.
back here.
Opening fire.
I just climbed into the fucking ceiling twice.
There's Havoc behind you if you need
There's
it.
balls on my fucking leg. God damn it. I only have one clip.
Guy down the guy.
Somebody.
Yeah, Joe got
Oh,
it.
they're right here.
That's the guy you were fighting.
I hear
Down
them.
too.
Oh yeah.
Why wouldn't it let me? Yeah, it wouldn't let me do that.
Oh shit, we're on the ground. There's motherfuckers everywhere. Shit. Light boy.
Light ammo here.
Cool.
Oh shit, I thought I had a heavy gun. I took the heavy bullets. Ping the light for you.
I've got a hemlock in my box up there. On the stern.
You have a what? You have bullets?
Hemlock. I don't know, there's a Havoc
No,
back
I
there
picked up
too.
the hemlock in the box, Joe. You
No,
left
I got
that
it.
shit. I mean,
Okay.
I got the one out of.
There's a Havoc and
zero
energy ammo
box.
behind you.
Body shield here.
there's
Joe,
a
there's
fucking
energy
bag
behind
in
you.
here.
For the hemlock. Hem to the lock block.
Gotta hop up here. Choke.
The ham block.
Ham block. Ham block.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Wow.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
There's like 99s in here and shit. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna do that for now just so I don't have enough bullets for the hemlock. Okay. There's a respawn on the other side of this. You want me to go there? Yeah, it's going down like fucking
Alright, so we
everywhere.
got shield, light energy helmet, massive Evo shield.
Champion found.
I'm gonna set a portal towards. I guess the.
Follow the tunnel.
Cause you know towards market.
Here I come. Back from the sky.
Portal let you off right inside this building.
I set the portal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, and here's the RE45. Do you need any light bullets? I got a good amount.
I'd use a couple boxes, I guess. Thank you.
Doors are open up here.
Yeah, I think that's one of the places people are shooting. Oh, right there.
Oh shit.
There's two people on my side. Shit.
Troops to the rescue.
Damn, baby. Well, no. Let me shield up. I'll be right out.
Need to recharge my shields.
Oh shit.
Damn! You knocked me again.
I'm down.
They're right here pushing me.
Making contact with
Taking fire, friends.
Oh my god, this guy is real hurt, but there's two of them. Oh
on the
shit,
roof.
there's a guy here, the robot is hurt. The robot's
Yeah, he's up on
probably
the roof
healing
over
up.
there.
Ping
He
and
was
Sam.
up on the roof.
Anybody out
He's
here?
up on the roof healing up.
Roof.
Oh,
Yeah, I
shit,
said
on
that
the roof.
a couple times.
Packages some sweet gear for us. And that will make you rust away. But not me.
Hello? Is my mic working? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. Probably when I was shooting, I couldn't hear what you're saying or something.
And then I didn't get a response to that either, so I thought my shit was not working.
Yeah, now I heard it.
Come on, big money game.
You know what?
Yeah, I didn't
Buy
see him.
some
I was.
Apex packs to change up this, the way this is going. Apex packs. Here we go. This is gonna change our luck, fellas.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Some fresh
Good, bro.
threads.
I'll be back.
So far, got an intro line for Gibraltar.
What can I say? I love what I do.
Oh, I got a new skin for Loba, which is cool. I've been running the original. New skin for Bangalore. I don't really care about new skin for Revenant. It's kind of cool. Oh, got a blue and a purple in this one. Lifeline skin that I don't really care about. I like my lifeline skin. Banner pose for Revenant. Oh, another purple. Flatline skin.
Down low, too slow.
Another purple. Crafting materials. 200 crafting materials.
I'll take your life and your loot. I'm exceptionally good at both. Brought to your knees by a beautiful
Oh, that's
woman.
vicious.
Don't be
New line from Loba says, brought to your knees by a beautiful woman.
better find me before I find you.
Alright, 4 more packs. Are these all blue? Yeah, all blue.
Oh shit.
3 more packs.
Yeah.
Nothing exceptional, just got a gold in this one. It is a banner frame for crypto. I mean, it's kind of nothing great there. I think this is my last one. And 1 blue in it. And it is a Kraber skin. Which is kind of cool. Alright. Feel like I'm Conor McGregor. Feel like I'm Conor McGregor. Feel like I'm Conor McGregor. I'm gonna try some crypto.
Everything's gonna be great. At least that's what I keep telling myself.
I'm always watching. I just polished my grapple.
This is your champion.
You've been not around with me.
I'll be leading the jump.
I'm gonna give that up to y'all.
Hey, I'm
This
getting
is
all the
awesome.
fun into
I'm the
this.
jump master. This Nox is a gift for you. This might be a good place to land.
Hello,
Hello,
hello.
hello.
Your journey ends today.
Hey.
Mario's been out since you were like opening the blue pack.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is, so once I
Yeah,
get one of
multiple
them.
issues that
Closed door over there.
point to that, I think.
Attention. First blood.
Somebody's shooting. Is that us?
Beginning.
No, there's
no.
people on the roof on the building you pinged in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm coming to your guys' building.
Throw a grenade over there. I don't have a gun
I just
yet.
dropped an alternator down.
Here's an Eva. Oh, hey, here's a
Here we go. I just found a
301.
flat line. Yeah, I can use that.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire.
Oh shit! I dropped the flatline. I meant to drop the alternator. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. No, it's fine.
Yeah, back. You want it?
I just gotta be cautious of my bullets. I'm on the 99 in an alternator now.
The champion has been eliminated.
We're going over. Okay.
Here's a something. Oh, here's a prowler. With a double tap, but I did see a select fire somewhere.
Yeah, I
I think that was the
remember
other building.
seeing it somewhere.
Yeah, we'll go back and get that.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Yeah, this is empty.
Damn, it's popping off
Where?
over there.
I'm in the other building.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Dupes the clock. Whole squad down. Now we can loot them.
Why am I having trouble climbing shit today?
Just gotta patch myself up.
Oh, I have a white light clip. Somebody wants it.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Did they turn right into the box? They
Yeah.
did, right?
Was not there
Yeah.
for it.
Oh, so there was a guy over here on one of these roofs just a second ago.
Right here.
Over there. Right.
Target's right in front of me.
Or should I? I'm with my drones. He's not up there anymore.
Oh shit, she smoked.
Oh, I got her with my grenade. Here's two more back there.
Enemy spotted far.
The other one, last one right here.
Got one of them.
We killed the last member. Good work, team.
I got him.
I won't know.
Yeah, there's also two boxes over by that building that they were on the roof of.
Guess I'll eat. Go, Bam.
Somebody's
That was my
drone is
drone.
coming at us.
Gotta hop up here.
There's throwables in there.
There's a U site.
Package being delivered.
Close range.
Incoming care package.
I'll take that. Shield cell here. Optics here. Oxstar here. One sec. Healing up.
Lifeline care package.
Shotgun bolt here.
In the swamp. In the
Oh,
swamps.
okay, we're at.
Better stay
So it's a bit far. We don't gotta push it. I just saw it drop it. So.
Okay.
Shotgun ammo here.
That's it for the boxes.
There's two boxes over by like 0.
Some energy ammo and
It sounded like so many people were like shooting the whole time. But I only
yeah, they
saw
were. They a
the
lot of them had
three
shooting
and
guns.
that squad we downed, and then this other box.
Yeah, and there's another one behind that building we're in, but there's not anything but energy ammo and some
Patching into my
guns in it.
Alright, which direction do we wanna go? I'm gonna send a drone to scout for us.
How about
what are you guys?
across the
are-
bridge?
Hydro Dam or whatever. Yeah.
Sounds
There's a
good.
dragon with a blue box I can see so far. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's looted. These aren't looted.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, there's like heavy bullets here.
Let's move here.
Oh, this door's open.
How far does your thing go?
Transfer to this.
I'm just about at my range. But yeah, there's heavy ammo and shit over here, so yeah, this is definitely where I need to be.
Oh,
Logged off my drone. R99 here.
99.
Optics here. Close
2x.
range.
Yeah, I got one of each gun already.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Deebs.
I'll drop that.
Thermite grenade. Optics here. Close range. Yeah, I could use that.
Shield cells over here.
Thought that was enemies. I think that's you guys.
Level 2.
Dropping 2 syringes.
Syringe here.
Yeah, go for it. I'm good on heals.
I'm here.
I'd like to keep the flatline, or keep the Prowler and get rid of the 99 for like 301 or something.
Down the
No,
hole, probably, right? Oh, nah, down the fucking hole.
Let's transfer to
right
this
next to
spot.
my ping.
Get load of light bullets in here. Brownies. Oh shit, I'm in passing brownies. I thought I had them.
Extended light mag here. Optics here. Mid. Optics here. Close range.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Lucky
Another
us, we are
99.
already inside the ring.
No 301. My head is itching.
Extended light mag here.
Blue light mag, shield cell, syringe.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
You on that shit?
I
Sure.
see something blue through the window there. Can't tell what
Let's
it
move
is though.
here.
Oh, you went in that way. Okay.
Might be something good there.
Purple vest
I'm way
in here.
behind this.
Body shield here. Level 3. Optics here.
Go ahead.
No, you
Close
take it.
range.
I'm way behind.
Shit. You hot?
Level 2.
I'm already up top.
Phoenix kit here.
There's some gunshots over this way.
Oh, yeah. Just
Switching to drone view. Watch my back.
damn. I'm not sure if they're in the cage or not.
Backing out of my
I'm gonna
drone.
send my
I'm
drone
good
as
to go.
soon as I
I'm
can.
recalling my drone. Getting my eyes in the sky.
Good shit. Good shit.
Enemy spotted. Looks small.
People fighting over there.
The banners are telling me there's 0 squads around within my drone's range.
Enemy spotted. Looks small. 0 squads. 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 0
Alright, I'm running toward the ones that Grim marked.
It smells kind of like temperature. Whatever. Someone's got to take out the new kill leader. They're too cocky.
Yeah, Joe,
Shit,
they were
the
fighting
wall's
over...
pushing in towards us. They're gonna.
Oh, okay. Yep, yep.
Right, unless they run up the river, we'll probably see them come back up here.
Care package being delivered.
You see them in your...
No.
Oh, you're not in your drone.
The care package right over here.
Here I go. Bam to the bam. I'm running out of ideas.
Oh, yep. Dude's coming in on the dock. I broke one of their shields. Oh, they're hurting in the storm. They're hurting bad. Coming up below you, Grim. Oh,
There's another one behind me.
whatever.
I hear him.
Cut around the
Yep,
far
yep.
side of the cave.
He just ran around that corner.
Oh, somebody's up in the middle section of the
Enemy agent right here.
cage.
Okay.
Enemy down.
Other one's here too.
Oh shit, I tried to jump off it. Get there.
Up top, middle.
Got her.
Got him.
Unless you want that
There's a
red
bunch of heavy.
shield.
Kill leader killed. More like a kill.
Nah, I'd
Bunch
rather
of shield
do it.
batteries.
Yeah, I need some
There's a battery in
batteries.
this box here.
Shield battery here.
Or cells. That's what I want, cells.
There's like 4 batteries in there, I think.
Shields are here.
3 or 4.
I am repairing myself. 1 minute before the ring closes. We have time.
Anybody got like an abundance
There's
of...
a
Oh,
bunch
never
of
mind.
syringes down the bottom.
Yeah, I didn't even...
Shield battery here.
Yeah, I put 2 batteries in here. Anybody wants them?
Select fire.
Yeah, I got mad heals now, thank you.
Still no like 301 or some shit.
Alright, we got 30 seconds. We should probably start moving in.
Yeah.
A 301 you're looking for?
This-
Ah. I might be hearing people. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
Somebody pulsed from back there.
Yep.
We're like running into a fucking trap. Shit.
Yeah, let me bring my drone up so we can see where they are.
There was one around that rock a minute ago.
Fuck, my drone's in the storm, so I can't.
Can you EMP
There's
those
some
bitches?
guys. There we go. Now I
Oh,
can
shit.
move my drone.
Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. The all-seeing eye.
Oh, they're running this one? Oh no, that's your...
Let's move here.
Oh, the storm's about to hit you.
Okay.
Storm's about to hit you. Hey. Hey.
Setting up a zip line.
Sending out another me.
You go around this side.
Yeah, yeah. Thought they were going to try to hit us.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Shit, we're just like I don't really have cover
Yeah, we're
here.
sitting ducks, but
Go somewhere. Yeah.
These doors are open over here.
Let's relocate here.
I don't see them now.
is there
No, I
nobody
didn't
in
see
there?
an actual person.
My drone. I'm good to go.
Huh.
Yeah, somebody just wraithed out. They're flying. They're
You,
coming at us. They're coming right down on us.
Okay, okay. Oh. Oh shit. Where
No,
they
where
at?
they
They're
over
by the
there.
door. They're going back in.
Enemy spotted
Okay.
over there.
Yep. You guys want to attack them or not?
Whatever you want to do.
I hear them. They're like all the way on.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna
there's-
fly back out. They probably came down for the care package.
Yep. They're going back out.
Yep, they're right above us. Yep.
Yeah, you see him there? You see him there?
They're going over the swamps.
I can't ping him. I can't.
Which way are they going? They went that way?
Yeah. Do you guys want to fly? Maybe we
Yeah,
no,
that's
they'll
a
draw
good
attention to us.
Someone's probably shooting them already.
I feel like somebody's probably looking at us from somewhere. Oh, okay. So one dude there,
Here,
one dude in that
someone
building.
take this.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Off my drone.
I have it.
Oh, gas trap, gas trap.
Yeah, helmet here.
I don't have. It's wasted on me. One of you
I'm
take
getting
it.
shot at.
Okay.
I'm getting shot at.
I am repairing myself.
There we go.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
whatever.
helmet here.
I'll take your.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
We're in. Oh, behind us, behind us.
Okay. Got one. She went through the portal.
Yeah, there more down there.
Oh god, they're both down here. Their buddy is calling for them.
Are we getting them up? I don't have
Got
grenades.
grenades. They're getting their buddy up. He's got grenades.
Down the one. Down two. Good shit. I was using your shield
Yeah.
for. I ducked behind your shit when I was. Reloading.
Oh, good shit.
Oh my god, I need
Where do
to
you
go ahead. Okay,
Most excellent.
I'm good. Is that the last squad? Yeah, it's the last squad.
Last two. No, it's the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
two.
the last two are
Fight.
fighting.
Last squad is
Oh
fighting
yeah,
right now.
yeah, right, right.
One minute. The ring isn't far.
You see that dome? I'm gonna zip. I'm gonna throw a zip to the
somebody
roof of
up
this
there.
so we can
I'm fine. Just fixing up.
maybe stomp at them.
I don't have any throwables.
Oh, one's in there.
Are we waiting for cleanup or are we just pushing?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Let's clean up. Let's go.
They're right
Last
up.
squad,
One
go
of them
ahead.
is right
Last squad.
there.
There it is. Got your gold with that, I'm sure, bro.
Yeah. Go to the mole.
That's what I've been
You are
talking
the
about.
Apex champions.
Buck.
Oh, good numbers, Grim.
You'll do
Very
it.
nice.
Good teamwork.
Yes.
Yay, I'm back up to gold 3 again.
Yeah, me too. Skeet,
Man,
skeet.
I lost points. How did I lose?
Oh, Joe got a big jump. No, you didn't.
On
That's your
round
pretty.
4.
Oh, you're a funny guy.
You guys are about a well, not on it, a whole level ahead of me.
Well, it's not too
Just
bad
ba- just
considering like we were
barely.
2 levels ahead of you at the end of last season, you know. I'll be right back.
Alright, let me actually shut this window. My fingers is cold. Oh, geez, my fingers is cold. Shut this blind too. All weirdos, perverts looking in on my naked dog. Perverts. Pervert ass shits.
Take pictures.
They're being perverts. You want to look at a naked dog? Use a pervert. That's all I gotta say about that one right there. Yep.
I'm ready up, right?
It's on my neck. It's eyes 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 on my neck.
Wait, was right before this when you bought those Apex packs for that game?
Yeah.
So maybe that did work,
Yeah, man.
right?
I told you.
When you said that, I'm gonna buy some Apex packs to make this play better.
It's gonna change our luck.
Guess it worked.
I'm Bick.
Better to die fighting than to live in fear.
So you gotta spend $10 on Apex packs whenever we're not doing good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's as easy as that. How bad do you want these wins?
I mean, it probably was
Yeah.
like we
Or
took
have some
a
deep
longer break in
pockets.
between. We didn't jump right back into. You know, I mean, give us all a chance to relax. Grim got to smoke a full cigarette.
Yeah. That could be it. You need a full cigarette.
I'm sure I'm gonna give that up.
The jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Shit, I didn't realize I could have it like this.
I say we
Can I
land
draw
here.
like this, or is this gonna be weird?
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system.
Oh, somebody's right where I'm at. And the runaway.
Okay.
I got the guns.
I got a shirt, hat, and a bag.
45
Guns.
Yeah, 45. I'm
I got a chip
running
to take.
towards
All right.
him.
I think they're up above me. Oh, they're right on the steps.
Oh, they're above you. They're above you.
Yeah.
God,
Oh, my grenade
God.
fell back down.
I'm down. They're at the door.
Oh, shit. Did not see that coming. Yeah, they're both. Get back to
Yeah, one was upstairs, one zipped into the other side of upstairs, and one was down low.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was that many up there. There was at least two.
Yeah.
My grenade would have landed up there. As soon as I threw it, I saw somebody peeking right where it would have landed up at the top part, but then fell back down.
Oh, shit.
So then I had to back up. It just, ruined everything.
First game in gold, and I lose 24 motherfucking shits.
Well, at least can't lose gold. Look on the bright side.
I can still lose points. I don't want to lose points at all. My shooters hop out of Ubers with bazookas, they don't miss. That's what I needed to hear.
Yeah.
Too many Batmans
Soak
in
it
that
in.
shit. I'm gonna put on some music too. The forever load screen is doing its thing.
Who want what? Who want what? Who want what? Who want what?
All that matters is being the last one alive.
Ready and excited.
Listen, let's think of, Yeah, this match is gonna be extravagant, that's it.
I just heard a Joyner Lucas song or part of one, and it said, I only got one wish, a one-night stand with Madonna. I don't know if I'd wish for that in her modern-day incarnation, but...
Wait, what?
Some Joyner Lucas song called 10 Bands or something. One lyric says, only got one wish, a one-night stand with Madonna.
Oh, yeah.
Like, once upon a time, probably, but
Yeah, anymore, probably frightening experience.
she kind of muscular and veiny now.
Yeah.
Hold your
Well,
breath.
fucking too
If you
much
have a
for me.
respiratory system.
Loud and clear.
Looks like she could
How about this way?
beat us all in arm wrestling.
Does she threaten your manhood, fellas?
Yeah.
How about this
But
way?
it's funny. She does. But you know, I saw some, I'm sure it was like all filtered up and everything, but I saw some picture she posted from herself at home one time on Facebook, and she looked like she was like younger than me and looked hot as shit. Like she looked at least as good as she looked in the 80s. And I'm like, dude, how can you be looking like, you see you at a concert and you look like rough. You look pretty damn rough.
I am down.
And then you look that hot in another picture. There's two guys in the hallway downstairs. I hurt one of them for 80.
Alright, I
They're
got
coming,
this
Grip.
sweet ASP 2020.
A gas trap there, be careful.
Decoy.
Just us now.
Frag out.
Yeah, you're on the other side of them, Joe.
Oh, I just stuck him with that arc
Oh
star.
my god, somebody else is right here.
Oh,
There goes that knock.
that was dope.
Oh, I didn't know there was another one.
There's only
He
one
just
left.
punched me. He's here. He's executed me. He's executed
Get
me.
me back. I'm here.
Nice.
He ain't executing shit,
I
bro.
stuck him with that arc star from down the hall through smoke.
Oh, I saw him walking around all electric like. That was cool.
I'm going for 0.
Yeah, I get all that. I was killing motherfuckers with this P2020 hammer flame, man. I kind of like it.
I need some shields.
Yeah, sometimes it can be real good.
My second gun is also a P2020, so I'd
no,
like a different gun. Oh, here we go.
Recharging my
You know, you ought to be fancy, Grim, and like break their shield, and then switch to the hammer
Yeah,
point.
yeah, maybe that's what I'll go for.
Oh shit, I'm actually gonna put this R301 in. I don't have any bullets for it. And there's energy right here, so I'll just stick with the L-Star again.
I can give you
Nah, it's
some.
fine.
I'm double light.
I'm good.
I'm gonna grab a 301. I've been liking the 301 lately just 'cause it shoots better. Alright, you wanna go bring Zero back right away?
Nah, I want to do it later. I want to do it later, I said. I'm gonna get this med kit. Yeah, I'll meet you down there. I'll do a portal and I'll be able to portal back for
Yeah.
shit.
And bam goes the boozle. Ha. Oh boy.
Yeah, it was gas everywhere. The first person I was just shooting this P2020 into the fucking gas, and then I killed somebody.
Did they shorten her rift? It definitely
Oh, I don't
seems
know. I
much
haven't played
shorter.
it.
It's right there on the hill.
Wraith in a while.
I have come to see. Tube zone clock.
Oh, a 2x. Fuck yes.
We're inside.
Fuck yes for the 2x.
Fuck
Optics here.
yes.
Close range.
New kill leader. Soon to be me.
Shit, I got a gold sight, but no gun to put it on. My portal is, my portal's still there. Alright, cool. If you want to go back and get your stuff, you should do it now. Before the
Oh
portal
yeah,
goes
sure.
away.
I'm gonna finish that.
Oh shit.
Portal's
Uh-oh.
gone.
Yeah, I also sent my decoy into it to see what happened. So I don't know if it timed out, because I thought I saw him run past it, but then I ran in and nothing. I wonder if I can ruin people's portals too. That'd be sweet.
Optics here. Close range.
Ah. There's a
Yeah, there's boop, 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 but there's no light
R99
bolts
here.
around. Let's see.
I'll give
Nah,
you
I
a
don't
couple
need
of
it. I was
boxes.
pointing that for you. I could use some heavy though. Is what I.
Optics here. Close range.
I mean, I have it. I have
I didn't
enough
find any heavy.
energy to get through. So.
Yeah.
Like I got 321 energy for my L-Star.
Grim marked a blue
Yeah, I got
heavy
a
mag there.
blue one as well.
Optics here. Close range.
Here's a 2-4.
Optics here. Mid range.
Joe, do you want that 2XU?
No, I got. I'm stuck. Why? I keep getting stuck on shit. No, I'm good. I got one on both guns. Thank you. Alright, here's a 301.
He's got
Yeah,
the
two.
circle.
One over here.
There's more heavy ammo.
Yeah.
Dibs.
Look, Joe Grassi.
Here's a hemlock and a
I
box
got
of
it,
heavy.
hemlock.
Standard stock here.
Alright, so I'm gonna
Level
commit
1.
to this. I'm dropping that as much as I don't want
Optics
to.
here. Close range.
Anybody want that 301?
That's all you, broski, with the broski.
You want it, Grim?
I'm good. Did anybody did this? I was just trying to pick up the stock.
No.
This yellow
No,
site.
I dropped it, pinged it.
Yeah.
Helmet here. Level 2. Light ammo here.
Diving board has been looted.
Oh yeah. Alright, now I got 120 heavy. Yeah.
No, this been looted.
Pick clean, it looks like. Yeah, there ain't a goddamn thing in here.
No.
Oh, there's
In the next circle at
P2020
least.
here. Body shield here. Level 1. Shotgun bolt here.
oh, and
Level
a
1.
grenados.
Frag grenade here.
don't see anybody around yet.
Over there was looted.
Got a
I
feeling.
don't see
We'll watch
anybody.
that spot.
Champion eliminated.
A champion just fell. They must not be very good.
Sending out my decoy.
There's a dragon all the way over there. Oh, I can see a dragon all.
Watch the skies.
You hearing shots?
Yeah, I hear shots to the north.
Nothing.
What'd you say,
I was
Joe?
just talking
Oh,
some
yeah,
bullshit.
maybe?
Kill leader.
Heads up. New kill leader.
I didn't see. Oh, I'm sorry, Grim. You say you see somebody?
There's a care package over there.
Oh.
Well, I thought I heard people
Yeah.
shooting, maybe not.
Yeah, I heard shit to the north a minute ago, but I don't hear it now.
I see Watson fences all the way back there.
Let's explore this way. Forget that.
It's probably where they were fighting.
Yeah, over there is not looted.
Let's explore this way.
That bin's not looted. Doors are closed. There.
Let me throw us a zip.
wanna go
Oh
over
wait,
there?
somebody's in the river. I think somebody's in the. Wait a minute, maybe not.
They're also not
I guess that
looted.
was not somebody in the river.
But yeah, I mean, those doors
I'll throw
are
us
closed.
a
too.
zippity zip.
That's the
Zip.
direction though where it
Okay.
hurts shit.
Good.
Oh
Throw-
well,
throw the
what do
zip,
you guys
throw the
want to
zip.
do to the
Throw the zip, throw the zip.
high road? I mean, where we heard stuff, or down to the river, or what?
I don't care.
Hey. I don't know. It's up
I
to
don't
Joe.
care.
Well, let's look at the river, man. Then we can come back, I guess. And
Or we could just zip to that
We
balloon
got the
line. That
balloon.
was a pretty
Oh,
good
maybe
setup.
zip down the balloon.
oh,
New kill leader.
Yeah.
Good to be me.
Did it?
Attention.
That sucks.
Has been eliminated.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Extended heavy mag here.
Syringe here.
Level 2.
I could use a back. Oh, there's a backpack.
Good. We're inside.
Extended heavy mag here.
Oh, if you-
Purple
if you use
shit.
that-
Purple shit. I want the purple shit. There's a Bernie in there too.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Heavy ammo in this building I'm in.
Yeah, I got 111. I'm okay.
Oh, the wall's coming in. So
Yeah, maybe these
people,
guys will
people
come
might
at
be pushing
us.
from right where you're at, Joe.
Yeah,
Unless they
yeah.
went the other way. Oh,
Oh yeah, somebody's coming across that zip.
There's also shooting from behind us too.
I
ah,
dropped him off.
that's like the second round. You can-
Yeah, he's hurt a
him
little
up.
bit.
Oh,
Where'd you
yeah.
go? Where'd you
Oh,
go, kid?
There's
No,
the
he jumped
lid to
off.
the
Let's go this way.
underground shit.
Oh yeah, they're like all over. I think they're eventually gonna open up. Damn, only 2 squads left. Damn, we should probably get close
Oh
to
shit.
where that shit is.
Well, yeah,
Can we
okay.
run back
Yeah,
this way?
that kid must be popping med kits or
He
something.
probably died.
Oh, it's
He probably
possible.
died.
Yeah,
He's probably
yeah.
hiding and died.
I didn't hit him
second
at all. He
range.
just jumped off because I was harassing
Oh,
him and
yeah.
shit.
If you shot him, you would get a kill for it.
Yeah, I didn't shoot him at all.
No.
I tried.
And bam goes the boozle. Ha. Oh boy. Phoenix kid here.
Right.
Phoenix, Kraber, Digital Threat. Oh, so they're gonna have to come back towards us, ish.
Yeah, right, right.
We're going. We actually have to go like that towards Shit Town or whatever.
Oh, which way y'all want to go?
This place needs a little more. Hey,
I took the Kraber.
I don't know. I would like to let the other two.
45 seconds. Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
Whatchamacallit, engage first.
Yeah, I'd rather them do that too.
But the gunfire was somewhere.
5
in that general direction. Maybe market.
Oh, you
or
mean you
another
just
shit
heard
out
some a
there.
minute ago or something?
No, earlier when the last squad went out.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, somebody just shot my decoy.
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Oh, where was that at? In
Yeah,
the
it was
mountain
like
pass there?
150 yards or meters.
I left my decoy by the care package.
Okay. I'm looking at the corner.
Here they come.
There he is.
There goes one. Hit the
They're
other
burning.
one for 116.
If we can keep them suppressed. Ah, good nade. They're down there. They're in the storm. They'll fucking die out there.
Oh shit, yeah. Hell yeah.
Alright, the Revenant's still up.
Shit, there's the other one. There's the other one. Fuck. Oh, they got themselves up, I guess.
Oh, Revenant.
What?
The Revenant got the fast guy
What?
up.
That same person killed
There was
both?
2 of them over there.
Ah, fuck. God damn.
Were we number 2?
3.
Or number 3?
3.
Should have killed that fast
still
guy,
got-
man. I shot at him with the Kraber, but I missed. Because I realized he was like crawling. I was gonna lose the shot on him, so I took it real quick. And I missed it, and by the time I reloaded, he was gone. Yeah, that was so nice. Like, I had the Kraber lined up, and I saw the fast guy come. And then when you start shooting at him, he stopped moving forward and, like, was crouched or whatever. And I just... Bow! And it's super satisfying, because it's like...
bow.
It's so loud, and it echoes off all the walls. And they go down.
Yeah. Oh, you did
Yeah, I
down
downed
a
the
guy
fast
with
guy.
the Kraber? Good shit. I thought you were saying you were about
No,
to
yeah,
get
when
him
he
and
was
didn't get him
crawling
or
back,
something.
I realized
Awesome.
that because I was shooting at other people. Then I realized he was going to be out of my line of sight, and I'm not going to be able to kill him. So I tried to shoot him.
Oh,
when he was
yeah,
crawling,
right,
and I
yeah,
missed
okay.
because I realized too late, and I was like rushing the shot. And then by the time I reloaded, he was already around the turn.
I can win this thing with one eye closed, or both eyes closed. Hell, I don't even have to show up.
All that matters is being the last one alive.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
Introducing your champion.
You want advice? I'll give advice. Shoot first.
I'm the jump master. This time.
Who's this man in the mirror? Have we done Slum Lakes yet?
Got a good feeling about this area.
Copy that.
Yep.
Nah.
Bad guy over there.
Hit the bridge out.
Let's land here. Here we go. Ready up.
Look at me! Look at what I'm doing!
Oh, someone landed other side of the ship.
Might be something good this way.
Oh, not the shit, bro. Hate when it lands on the other side of the shit.
And there's a drone moving around already. Oh.
Alrighty. Oh, yeah, there's somebody there.
Shit. Can't find any fucking armor. I'm coming.
I mean, I'm a box. No need to rush.
I hear them. In here somewhere.
Oh shit. I'm in the river. I'm in the river. Yeah, I hear him down here.
Got that bitch. Another one right here.
Yeah.
Got that bitch.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Woo-wee.
Oh, I thought I had a flipping.
That's far away. Alright, we'll go to this respawn. Just want to find some bullets. There we go, to the box. I think we got these two, I guess.
Oh, here you can have it. I did. Here you can have that clip.
That's fine. I don't have a light gun yet.
Oh, okay.
Alright. I think I might hear somebody.
Yeah. Oh my god. Pop stopping me from climbing.
Right, someone was burning. Oh no!
Shit.
In the house, someone's on the roof.
Got one.
Behind you, behind you.
God damn it. I hate killing two and the fucking third one gets me. It's like... And you get no kills for it because the third one got me.
I hate not doing any damage.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yes, sir.
I also hate world hunger and death of the rainforests. Don't come for me.
Stop lying.
Like, he hates when he doesn't do damage. There's real problems in the world. I'm not famous enough for anybody to give a shit. I'm probably just famous enough for me to get roasted if I were to be drunk and slip and say the N-word like some streamers have done.
Was that PewDiePie or something?
I don't think he was drunk for it. But there was another female streamer who was wasted, and it was an honest mistake. She was sitting on her couch and had like her laptop set up on like a coffee table, and there were stairs behind her, and she was wasted. And she's like, "Oh, I'm ready to change," and like was going up the stairs and like kind of went up on all fours, and the camera, like, you could see right up her skirt.
Oh yeah.
I'd say that'd get more viewers.
I mean, people probably clipped it, and then some people ran to Twitch and reported her, and she got banned.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
What kind of fucking ass?
It was like a temporary ban.
What
she was wearing underwear? Yeah, she was wearing underwear. It was like
Oh, and really?
Yeah,
for that?
Jeez, terms of service.
You'd have to be a complete asshole to report somebody for that. I mean, like, who would do that?
Probably some girl who's like watching her girlfriend watch the stream, and she's like, "Oh, that bitch! Tommy's always watching her on Twitch. I'm a reporter ass."
Showing that rabbit.
I mean, I don't know.
That
We
fat rabbit.
know people that love to report people.
I don't take
So.
myself too seriously. I don't take myself anywhere. Really, man, I need to get out more.
I mean, some people just feel
What,
like
who
it
reports
makes
you?
them cool and powerful.
Introducing your champion.
You and I are not equals. Remember this.
I mean, I don't mean I wouldn't report somebody for cheating, but I wouldn't report a Twitch streamer because I wouldn't report a Twitch streamer for anything that I can think of.
Oh yeah, Zero. Then how come Facebook messaged me saying you reported my memes? It said the 0 hour reported these memes.
Heads up, got one here. Look at this, no hands.
You know the end I landed, Joe?
Yeah.
Like, see where I landed? You know how there used to be loot behind that fucking thing? Like that little,
R99 here.
Next ring's far.
it's like a bookcase looking thing you can
Yeah,
run
the loot was
behind.
in front of it, right?
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Well, there used to be stuff like hidden behind it, but now there's like never
But there's
anything
loot
fucking behind
there was
that.
loot in front of it, right?
Every time I
Yeah, well that's
in front
new.
of it, yeah.
That didn't
But
used to
like,
happen.
it used to be a thing you'd always have to check behind. Yeah, like the last like bunch of times I
Yeah,
checked,
it's
it
like
just
the
wasn't
loot
there.
is moved in front of it instead of behind it. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did notice that. And the first time it happened, I thought it was like a glitch. But then it's happened ever since.
RU-45 here.
Yeah. Some bullshit.
I mean, the loot's still there. It's just in front.
There's another 301 too.
So it's not like you're getting chipped out of loot.
Yeah, but I just keep checking behind it 'cause I'm worried that what if there is something back there, but now I think I'm just gonna stop
Syringe
checking.
here.
Skull piercer for the piercer of the skulls. For my wingman moves and combo blam. Oh, hey. I'm gonna stick the wingman, so if somebody wants that hemlock.
I'm good. I'd normally take it, but good this time.
The ring is far.
Oh shit, there's people in here. Fuck.
Strangers.
Oh shit! Oh
Oh
shit!
shit.
Alright, I
On the
gotta
roof
heal.
of this shit.
Oh shit!
I'm throwing my burning sticks up there.
Oh, the shield.
I gotta.
Got one on the
heal up.
roof.
Recharging my shield.
By you,
Another
Zero.
one on the roof. Yeah.
God is that?
I'm down.
Fuck that bitch.
10 seconds. The ring is basically knocking on the door.
Patching
I got some syringes if you don't got any, Zero.
I just found some. Thank
the
you.
ring's moving.
Repairing my damages.
Yeah, I was
Is
kicking
that
the
you,
door to
Joe?
get some.
That's Joe.
Okay.
This box.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Syringe here.
Optics here. Barrels.
Oh
Extended
shit!
one
Shit's
mag. Pop up
should be
here.
popping.
Hammer point. Syringe here.
I am repairing myself.
Oh, it's not us. I mean, it's not toward us.
Actually, here, I'm gonna give this to somebody.
There's some stuff in those.
Shield battery here.
Care package.
Oh, thank you.
Care package coming in. Light ammo here.
I am repairing myself.
Joe, here's a
I'm
syringe.
good. I got.
That was supposed to be a double thing. Somewhere around there is where those motherfuckers are fighting at.
Barrel stabilizer here. Shield cell here.
Oh, we're spread out. Just so you know. Just
Guess they killed him.
be careful.
I don't know, I'm not seeing anybody now. Stop. There's definitely somewhere
Coming.
Hardline here.
around that town I was seeing
Setting a
people.
portal.
Yeah, I don't see him outside.
Portal placed.
Oh, yeah, I hear them.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
They're not on the roof.
Where the hell are they?
They're creeping like outside. Something, I think, right? Oh, they jumped up the side there. They're running towards market across that
Oh, we
field.
mark
Level
it.
2.
Target
Right
spotted.
there.
Good shit.
Bam to the woozle. Yeah, sending out a decoy.
They just ran out of that door there. Shit.
Okay.
There's no cover and there's a bunch of motherfuckers.
Oh my god!
Oh, do you not need
Oh, I
your
just
shield,
got
buddy?
beat on.
Somebody behind that rock there.
You're being aimed at. There may be a shooter nearby.
On the roof, on the roof, on the roof. We need to take cover.
Oh no!
Ah! Damn, oh my god, get in there!
Reloading. Going to phase.
Oh, they're fighting
No,
each
they're
other.
fighting
They're
me.
fighting each other. Grim, you might want to. Both of you might want to back up. I'm crawling away.
Oh, bitch! Did you?
They're around the front of the market.
Down. One squad closer to winning.
That was a good kill.
Grim, I'm crawling to that film.
Alright.
Oh, I can't get past this fucking box. Yeah, I can.
Oh shit.
No, I can't. Can you come out and pick me up?
Recharging my shields.
People coming.
Oh shit.
Alright,
They're both on my box. If you got a grenade,
Just us now.
Throw my grenade out.
They're on the roof there.
Throw my grenade out. Got one here.
Reloading.
I'm on fucking dead. Fuck.
yeah, I wasn't expecting to fight two squads there.
Fudge.
I'll do one more game. Trying to go to bed a little bit earlier.
Yeah, me too. Hey, I was positive. Wow. Cool.
Yeah, point positive.
You got plans tomorrow?
Gotta go to my grandpa's house, my papa's, and go check out his roof and some other shit.
Be careful, because you just were out the other night, weren't you? Hanging out with some dirty bitches or some shit.
It's just for 2 people.
Hope you wore protection.
But yeah. Yeah, I don't even need to go in. I just need to put a ladder up and go on his roof.
They all lead to the same place.
Powered up and ready to go.
Three words: win, win again. Yeah.
I'm cleaning out the garage. Every day I'm doing little by little. I'm gonna turn that into like a... Cause same thing I said to you guys, like I said to Cam, like I feel... Actually like feel not good about it. About like how I keep blowing opportunities. And like this is a perfect opportunity to like... do stuff while I'm...
This is awesome. I'm the
While I don't have to go to work, and they're giving me paychecks. You know, and like,
Hold your breath if you have
should
to
absolutely be doing something to,
good this way.
I don't know, if I'm lucky,
Let's
maybe
go
I wouldn't
market
have
instead.
to go back to work. Maybe I could, but I've already wasted like 100 weeks doing nothing. So long story short is I'm gonna clean the garage up. And I'm gonna turn that. I'm actually gonna make it into like a workshop slash studio,
Yeah.
so I can
Oh, that'd be
paint and do small projects. Blue shirt down here.
Might be something good
I
this
missed
way.
it, but it's in that corner.
Heads up. New kill leader.
Oh, a mastiff. It's been a little bit since I used a mastiff.
Mastiff here.
I'm gonna take it. I'm dropping alternator in my bullets.
Alternator here. Light ammo here. Hemlock here.
Grim, your mic working?
Yeah. Would you say something?
All right. No, I was just checking.
Wow, okay.
So I dropped my energy. I'm going Prowler and Mastiff. Because I didn't even realize I had a select fire. But when I was looking at it with my Havoc out, it's like, oh, you could just put your select fire on this. It'd be just as cool or cooler. And I'm like, that's true, game.
It's going down over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know, yeah, so I do think my right button's getting fucked up.
There's
I'm
another
gonna go to
unlock.
ping or...
Sure, yeah, whatever.
I don't know, fucking do the shit right.
G7 scout here. Syringe here.
I mean, you probably take it apart and fix it if you really wanted to.
Yeah, it probably just needs to be cleaned out, I'm sure.
I don't think it'll be that simple, but it'd be nice if it was. I don't think it'll be that
You don't
simple.
think what? So what would make the connection
Just from
go? I
using
mean,
it? Where?
they're bringing somebody back
Yeah.
right here. You want to rush them?
Just,
I don't even remember where the respawn is over here. Where the fuck is this ship? Oh, it's right there. No.
Kid after me with a shotty. Oh yeah, bitch. Good teamwork.
Uh-oh, Birdman did ultimate. It was scary. It was scary. It was something scared me. Ah, the other guy's zipping away.
Zero, you need heal.
Okay. Where's he at? Where's he at?
He went to that balloon and flew like to the other side.
Oh.
I am repairing myself.
Anything in that bird box?
I didn't see a bird box.
Repairing.
The Birdman box.
Yeah, some throwables. I heard a dragon, so that's why I thought you were talking about.
Ah, I see, man.
Incoming care package.
Shit, anybody have like
There's some cells.
shield cells?
Yeah.
I only have 2 little ones.
Shield cell here.
We'll go drop like 100.
Charging shields.
Okay, there's 2 more there.
Shield cell here.
No, after I fill my shield, I'll only have like I think 2 or something.
Oh, there's boxes in this
Okay,
building.
I can
I'm in.
drop more.
It's
Yeah, I
not
only got
much in that
30
one,
heavy
nothing in that
bullets.
one. Oh, this is just sniper stocks and dog shit.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Damn, there's a shit ton of.
No heavy in there. No heavy in there. Yeah, I think we're all low on heavy. Oh yeah,
Alright,
wow.
I guess I'm gonna drop my heavy then. If we're all looking for heavy, yeah. All right, I'm gonna drop my heavy. I'm gonna go with that havoc.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
All right, so here I just
two
put
level 2
that in there.
stabilizers.
There's that in there.
Extended heavy prowler SMG here.
And I just put 4 shield cells in there.
Shield
And I
cell
also
here.
have a select fire I'm dropping, Grim. So if you wanna
Gotta hop up here.
take that
Select
prowler,
I'm gonna stick with the flatline. Seems to shoot straighter or something.
I just put a Phoenix kit in there.
Phoenix
Alright, well then I'll
kit
put
here.
that back on my havoc.
I'll take that. I got no medical heals, so.
There's
Shield cell
30,
here.
33
Heavy ammo here.
heavy bullets in there.
I'm okay. I just need light ammo. I'm maining the 301 this game.
Now that's a bird box.
I'm wondering if that kid's going to come back to try to get his buddy's shits.
I had the bird box if I received one.
Probably not. He's a bitch ass. Ran away. Deserves all the horrible shit that happens to him in life.
Yeah, he didn't try to fight it. Well, that was, to be fair, I think that was the caustic that probably didn't even have a gun. The one that probably had like 2 health and then picked up a body shield.
Oh, look at those fucking heavy now. Shit.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here.
Wu-Tang.
Fuck, man. Oh well.
That at
Yeah, it
market?
sounds like it's that direction.
Yeah, I think.
There's a
I want
use
to check these units for
Everything good.
optic.
There's optics here. Close range.
Ooh, perfect.
and a grenade. Or
Alright,
Frag grenade
let
here.
me
let's
get
get it,
some.
fellas.
I got 3 burnies.
Yeah, sure.
I can set up. That sounds like it's caves, maybe. No, caves are over there.
New kill leader.
Rivers. It's down the river.
Oh. Sounds like.
Yeah, I'm
No,
getting
it's
up on the
side
roof.
here. On the side of this building, I think.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
right.
there might be people on the
Oh
roof.
yeah, right there.
Yeah, yeah, there
Oh,
we go.
Let's explode this way. Thermite grenade out. Thermite grenade out.
What? There was like 6
shit.
arrows. That's.
There's another squad.
This guy's got his shield broke.
Contact with enemy.
Bam! There goes a boozle. Something like that.
Where they at?
Yeah, there's one to the behind the rock you're running at. Oh, what? Oh. I feel like he's gonna run up on you, Grim. Yeah, here he is. Here he is.
Oh, you want to flash
Feel
your
like I'm
shield at
gonna
me,
run up on
bitch?
them.
Suck on that shield.
I think there's still a guy from another squad. I'll get Joe up.
Yep, they're here.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Right here.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy.
Nice.
Bam! Yo, blammo on him.
Yes.
This won't hurt. Hold on.
Thank you.
Good shit.
Got blammo, bitch.
Oh, maybe there's a shield. Oh fuck.
Oh, look at all this freaking heavy.
Yeah, all these boxes has to be a cool
Look at all this
shield.
freaking heavy, man.
Patching myself up.
Why don't you get one of the heavy guns out
I'll
of
be
there? If it's one
Yeah,
you
you
like.
get, oh shit! Oh
Shit.
From the roof.
Where was that from?
Is it?
Ah, yeah. I'm gonna move away from there. You want to just reconfigure? They got the high
Yeah,
ground.
Zero, I'm gonna set a portal. If you can get behind the building
Oh
you're in.
shit. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running. Oh god, I'm dead. I'm not
You
dead
just at
yet.
the back, you know. We'll
I'm
come
dead.
help you from
I'm
the
dead.
back.
Ring's not too far. I'm okay with that.
They're coming to execute me, but
Recharging my shields.
I'm just marking them. They're right on my box.
Frag out.
Well, I only saw one, but I know there's more. I thought
Go
they
back
didn't
the
know I
other
was
way.
there.
Probably still on that roof. Fuck.
Oh yeah, they're zipping somewhere. Wait, what?
They're right near me.
10 seconds.
Right, yeah. They're both all the way out here. And my body.
Fuck!
And my
Oh,
corpse.
all these traps are just
Look at
fucking
my
me up.
corpse. Oh, another squad.
Good shoot.
Damn!
Oh
damn.
no!
I tried to reload and it took me. I grabbed the zip line and I zip lined through the Watson fence and then set up the caustic trap. And I couldn't move, so I just like was crouched and firing straight ahead. Somehow I did like a bunch of damage to them.
That was a
Well,
hell
at
of
least
a
we got
battle.
some more points.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like I got 20.
Right, well, good games.
Alright, fellows.
Yeah,
Adios,
good games.
fellows.
Good games.
Have
Adios.
fun, be
How you
safe,
doing, guys?
wrap it up.
Talk to you.
Yeah, yeah, good games. Yeah, y'all too.
Wrap
See
it
ya.
up. Later, dudes. SU in your A's. Don't wear a C and J all over your B's.
Word. Adios.
Later.
Is anybody playing anything cool? Doesn't look like anybody's playing anything cool. Alright, yeah, I got a busy day tomorrow. Or I could have a busy day. I could also just not do anything like I've been doing. But, so I'm gonna sign off here. So, Alexa, stop. Alright, so thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Whether it was Facebook, Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, with you for a minute, 5, 10, or an hour. I appreciate you showed me that what I'm doing is cool enough, or you think it's cool enough to do. Spend some time here on this. I know it's in the middle of the night on a Wednesday, but it's still cool and I appreciate it. Also, the engagement I get on the social media, especially Instagram, but it's mechanic on all socials. Except Twitter, which I don't really use, but If you use Twitter, we can chit chat on Twitter. Except Twitter. Twitter is Mechanic and G. Mechanic on everything else. There's also a second Instagram, which is what I'm on the most. That's art.mechanic. That's drawings, illustrations, paintings. Gonna be some mirror stuff that I'm working on. Some like mirror paintings or artworks. Currently working on digital stuff. I want new banners and logos for the channel and everything. Maybe practice making emotes for when I make it the affiliate. I think that's it. But yeah, so thank you for coming by, stopping by, spending some time. I appreciate it. And those that didn't come by though, go fuck yourself. That's it. Go fuck yourself. You know I'm here, and you don't stop by.